great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. It's a pleasure to have you start your morning with us today. Let's see what's making the headlines this morning. NNPC rules out of sale of Port Harcourt refinery. EERC insists on 160 naira megawatt hour for Band A, says NERC has no authority over state tariff. UAC shares hit 52-week high on Chivita acquisition. Angola's petrol protest death toll rises as medics overwhelmed. Luis Diaz joins Bayern Munich in record £75 million deal. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has officially ruled out the sale of the Port Harcourt Refining Company, reaffirming its commitment to completing high-grade rehabilitation and retention of the plant. Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC Limited, Bayo Ojulari, announced this during a company-wide town hall meeting at the NNPC Towers in Abuja, ending weeks of speculation over the future of the country's most prominent state-owned refining asset. Ojulari described selling the Port Harcourt Refining Company as ill-advised and sub-commercial. The GCEO added that the new position of the firm isn't a shift, but rather informed by ongoing detailed technical and financial reviews of the Port Harcourt, Kaduna, and Warri refineries. Moving on, the Enugu Electricity Regulatory Commission has revealed that the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission lacks jurisdiction over tariff decisions made by subnational regulatory bodies. Special advisor to the governor of Enugu State on Power, Joe Aneke, revealed this during a meeting with state commissioners for energy on the electricity market held in Abuja on Tuesday, July 28th. The meeting was convened following EERC's recent reduction of the Band A electricity tariff from 209 naira per kilowatt to 160 naira per kilowatt. Aneke emphasized that NERC's regulatory powers do not extend to tariff setting by state-level electricity commissions, adding that the Enugu Power Commission had developed its tariffs independently, relying on its own data and software rather than NERC's models. The special advisor clarified that the Commission's tariff decisions are limited strictly to distribution activities, as generation and transmission remain under NERC's regulatory oversight. Still on, the shares of UAC of Nigeria PLC were on demand on Wednesday following the company's announcement that it has entered into an agreement to acquire Chivita and Hollandia from the Coca-Cola company. Investors defied UAC half-year earnings dropped by 23% on cost pressure, rallying by 9.9% to 73 naira, making its 52-week high against a 52-week low of 16.15 naira. The company recorded a 22.9% decline in its after-tax profit to 7.3 billion naira in the first half of 2025, down from 9.5 billion naira in the same period of 2024, as higher finance costs eroded gains from operating efficiencies. According to the company's financial statement released on Wednesday, the group's revenue rose by 33% to 110.4 billion naira from 83.2 billion naira in H1 2024, driven by double-digit growth across all key business segments, including animal feeds, paint, and packaged foods. To end the local news, the foreign ministers of Ghana and Nigeria are expected to jointly address a press conference in Accra shortly, following rising tensions sparked by a controversial Nigeria Must Go protest, which has gained momentum in parts of Ghana. The protest, reportedly fueled by concerns over migration, trade competition, and growing economic pressure within Ghana, has triggered a wave of online and street-level agitation, with some groups calling for stricter regulations on Nigerian nationals living in the country. According to reports, the joint press briefing is anticipated to outline a coordinated response, reaffirm bilateral ties, addressing public concerns around immigration, business ownership, and regional integration. Sources in Accra hinted that the briefing will likely focus on reaffirming ECOWAS protocols on free movement and the rights of citizens within the West African bloc. And on the foreign scene, Angola's Interim Minister Manuel Humam has revealed that about 22 people, including a police officer, have been killed while 200 others injured in protest against the rise in the price of fuel that began on Monday. Police say more than 1,200 people have also been arrested in what began as a strike by taxi drivers against the price hike and then escalated into one of the most widespread and disruptive waves of protest the country has seen in recent years. According to reports, businesses, including major supermarkets, remain closed and many people have opted to stay at home. Doctors at public hospitals in the capital, Luanda, also revealed that emergency services have been overwhelmed over the last 24 hours. And also, President Donald Trump has revealed that the United States will impose 25% tariffs on goods imported from India, plus an unspecified penalty for buying Russian oil and weapons. Trump says the measures will take effect from 1st of August, the United States deadline for a trade deal, describing India as a friend whose tariffs are far too high, among the highest in the world. The president also criticized India's purchases of Russian military equipment and energy at a time when everyone wants Russia to stop the killing in Ukraine. India's government, however, announced that it was studying the implications of Trump's remarks, adding that the government will take all steps necessary to secure national interest. And out to sport, Bayern Munich have completed the signing of Luis Diaz from Liverpool in a deal worth up to 75 million euros, making the Colombian winger one of the most expensive signings in the club's history. The 28-year-old former Porto winger has signed a contract with the Bundesliga champions until 2029, becoming the third highest transfer in Bayern's history after Harry Kane and Lucas Hernandez. Diaz's arrival reportedly comes at a crucial time for Bayern, with Jamal Musiala sidelined long-term due to a broken leg and veteran forward Thomas Müller leaving the club. Fellow winger Leroy Sane has also departed for Galatasaray earlier this summer, prompting the need for elite attacking reinforcement. To end the news, Atalanta CEO Luca Percassi has confirmed that Nigerian forward Ademola Lookman is keen to depart the Joey Stadium this summer, with Inter Milan reportedly signing the race to sign the Everton winger. Speaking during the unveiling of new signing Hannes Hahano, Percassi addressed the ongoing transfer speculation, adding that Lookman is a player expected to leave this summer in line with the club's philosophy of one key sale per year. Percassi confirmed that Inter Milan have now made their first formal approach for the 2024 African Player of the Year, following weeks of reported interest. Well, that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the newspaper review. To stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olutabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, nothing from my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Hello viewers, and welcome back to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Wona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that have occurred on this day, July 31st.
On this day in 1914, just 10 minutes before the New York Stock Exchange was scheduled to open, the governors of the exchange voted to close the stock market as fears of economic impacts of World War I mounted. It was reported in the New York Times that if the markets had opened, it would have been likely the worst day in stock market history at the time. Brokers and banks were flooded with sales orders, with almost zero buy orders ready for the open. Stocks had fallen nearly 7% the day before. London stock exchanges would also close on this day. Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia 2 days before. Germany would also declare war on Russia the following day. In the span of just a week, all major European powers would be at war. US stock markets would remain closed until December 12th. London would reopen January 4th, 1915. And on this day in 1995, Disney announced it was purchasing Capital Cities, or ABC, for $19 billion. Capital Cities Communications is an amazing story of what an adept management team can do. Warren Buffett has said Tom Moore and Dan Burke were probably the greatest 2% combination in management that the world has ever or maybe will ever see. Capital Cities originally purchased ABC on March 19, 1985 for $3.5 billion in 1985, a deal partially financed by Warren Buffett in exchange for a 25% stake in the new business. In total, Tom Murphy would produce a 32 compounded annual growth for his shareholders from 1957 to 1995. One of the best long-term records. And on this day in 2002, Polaroid was purchased out of bankruptcy by One Equity Partners, a private equity company now owned by JP Morgan. However, even after bankruptcy, the Polaroid brand would never be able to recover and compete with digital photography.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Wona. Keep watching BDTV.
watching Business Day Television.
Hi there, this is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and now we are ready to see what we have on the front pages of the paper this morning. My name is still Elizabeth Musa, and of course I'm joined this morning by the very...
Two times in a row.
2 times in a row, yes. Let's see what we have on the front pages of the paper this morning. Starting off with the Business Day paper this morning. The big story on the front page of the Business Day paper, which we always say, if you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day. Speaking of starting your day with Business Day, the big story here says Nigeria Eurobond yields near 3-year low on reform bet. And then still in the business side of things, federal government to dismantle 60 agency tax web stifling digital growth. And on page 28, federal government seeks to mend ties with Ghana as anti-Nigerian rhetoric grows. And in the stock market, Wema, Stanbic, GDCO, Zenith, lead bank stocks rally. To me, this is exciting news. Exciting news for people who have Wema stocks, Stanbic stocks, GTCO stocks, Zenith. This is good news. But let's start off with one of the stories here. I think you're more interested in page 28.
Yes, I am. But you know, interestingly, if we are looking at relationship between Ghana and Nigeria, if that's the story we have to talk about, then let us address the elephant in the room.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that.
It has been how many years since 1983 when we embarked on, I wouldn't call it a selfish, move, but we embarked on a move that probably has come back to bite us in the back.
Okay.
You see, like they say, those in glass houses should not throw stones. The economy, like they call it, right, is an economy. It goes up and down. It can favor you today. It might not favor you tomorrow. As we speak right now, Ghana city is not doing badly in the global market. So their economy has picked up. So if they're saying Nigerians leave because of 1 or 2 issues they think Nigerians are responsible for, I believe that those who were expelled in 1983, thanks to our then president, they are still alive. And so it is only, I won't say but natural, but it's only in the spirit of giving back that they might want to now say, okay, if you guys will expel us and actually have a bag called, after us, to remind us what happened, but just basically, let's just pay back the favor. Now, that is what is on the layman's table in Ghana. But let us look at it clearly. Is there something that Nigerians have done or are doing that is killing or spoiling their economy? Is this something that we've engaged in that is making their society unsafe for them?
According to them, there are a couple of things, that we've done.
But the thing is, you see, according to them, let's have someone of influence, maybe the minister of whatever it is in their country, come out and say, truly speaking, that these are the things that Nigerians are engaging in that is making their society, facing a lot of ills or whatever it is.
So they say we're committing, they say Nigerians are committing crimes and illegal activities. I mean, if you've seen some of the protests they had on the streets, they had, those, they are killing people, they're committing crimes and all of that stuff. And but I think my question is, how do you know for sure that it's Nigerians that are committing this crime?
I've said before.
Why do we have to be the point person for anything bad?
Look, again, we're a great nation. But like they say, once you're a big nation, you are a target in the eyes of the world. Nigeria is one of the top 5, if not top 10 oil producing countries in the world. And we produce massive amount of barrels of oil. So we are not a small nation. I still believe that that we are called Giant of Africa is for many other reasons. We've just proven ourselves as Giant of Africa. We won the AFCON 10 times in a row. So we can also be the envy of the world. And it's not me making an excuse for those who are perpetuating crime and, putting us out there, marketing us as Nigerians in a bad way in other countries. But let's not forget, in every country, they do have bad eggs, right? We don't have saints on this planet, let's be honest. But having said so, Nigerians, when you travel abroad, understand that whether or not you are in the area of, you're working at an embassy, for the fact that you're Nigerian and you have the Nigerian accent and then you have the Nigerian passport, you are an ambassador one way or the other. So behave properly. Do the right things. Don't be caught up in an area where they can easily point you and say that person is a Nigerian. This is what he or she has done. So all Nigerians are like that. Again, to the international world, it doesn't sit well to stereotype all Nigerians because one or two bad eggs have, put us out there in the bad light. Let us look at the ones that are doing great things. Those who are doing great stuff in science, tech, there are a lot of Nigerians out there around the world putting Nigeria in the map for great things. However, in this particular issue, if our minister can actually bring them to the talking terms and talk about, I'm sure they're going to mention 1983. That history will not be wiped out of the conversation. They will sweep it under the carpet.
So could it be that could it be that there's still a little bit of resentment since 1983? I mean, I wasn't born then.
I mean, let's be honest. We named a bag after that situation.
No, because that was the bag they were making use of then. So it just goes. It just went without saying. That's the bag they were making use of then to leave. And I think we need to go back to history. Probably after today's show, just go back to know why. At that time, we're saying Ghana must go. We need to really understand why we were sending them out. If it's for the same reasons, because the truth is, Ghana and Nigeria, we're not just neighbors. We're brothers and sisters.
I mean,
we have a lot in common. We're just neighbors. So more than anything, we should be working hand in hand as against, sending ourselves. It's giving brothers and sisters that are just jealous of themselves. We can't keep sending. 1983 it happened and then now we're doing it.
And guess what? You see, when two siblings fight, the neighbors are laughing. They're like, what's going on? The West is like, so is this it? Is this the one Africa they're talking about? They are happy to see that we are log ahead. They are happy to hear that there's xenophobia going on. They are happy to see, okay, this country wants to expel the next country. We are at each other back and forth. Do you think that it's not in the favor of the West when Congo and Rwanda when they fight? Do you think it's not in their interest when we have issue with Niger, or we have issue with Cameroon, or we have issue with any other country? It is in their interest. You know why? Because at that time, they cannot present themselves as the peacemakers for a deal. And now you have the master deal maker by the name Donald Trump, President of the United States. He will weigh in on this at every point in time. Every opportunity, he will present himself as the deal maker, as the peacemaker. Maybe we'll drop one or two bombs.
It's granted there are always bad eggs in every system, bad egg in every country, bad eggs. You don't expect that we will always have good people. Even in a family, there's always the black sheep. Even there's always the supposed, but you can't. It's so wrong to paint everyone with the same brush and just think that you say, oh, Nigerians are the cause of. Yes, maybe you saw one or two Nigerians. You want to say that there are not one or two criminal Ghanaians in your country. You want to say that there are not one or two criminal Senegalese in your country. I think this is just a case of insecurity, because why are you now saying that, oh, Nigerians? So how do you just paint all the Nigerians as the ones that it's giving? See, like in Gen Z language, you say it's looking like people that are looking, when people don't want to take responsibility.
Most definitely. It's, again, like I said before, there is a beef. And when I use that word, I'm not talking about cow meat here. Beef is the word that you use when there is an unseen quarrel that you don't want to address, and it has lingered for a very long time. However, in one way or the other, right, it so happens to be that whenever there is some either social media competition or maybe outright competition, a football match or something, and Nigeria, comes out the supposed
the beef is too much.
It becomes even worse. So if we see this in Afrobeat music, in our music, we see this in the art culture, we see this in different areas.
We see it in jollof rice. That's the worst part, like so down to food.
So you begin to wonder.
The competition is a lot.
Yeah, so I think where this diplomacy should start from should be, look, let us have one way or the other a Ghana, Nigeria, or Nigeria and Ghana, coalition such a way that it will cut across board in the art sector, cut across the board in different areas. Let us collaborate more and see it as a win-win situation. And probably play the song by Mr. P that says, "I see you winning, I'm winning." Play and let us.
We all are
exactly.
winning, absolutely.
That's what I want to see, right? Let us have more collaborations with Ghanaian artists and Nigerian artists.
I think Ghanaians can't even
mellow
bear
this
to
thing
collaborate
down.
because it's so bad that Ghanaians will see a Nigerian winning and a Nigerian artist winning, and then it's on social media, perhaps Grammy winners. Remember when Thames was winning, and Ghanaians were saying, "Shout out to Ghanaian born Thames for winning," and I was like,
wait a minute, they're trying to steal that away from Nigeria.
it's so much like, why can't you just enjoy this congratulatory moment and congratulate them for being Nigerian, congratulate, it's so bad that even Afro Nation, Dirty December, they started saying that they were the ones, Dirty December that started in Nigeria, they started saying they were the ones that started, every single thing. When I saw that terms, shout out to we Ghanaians are proud of you. I'm like, what's going on? If you're saying we're proud of Nigeria for doing this thing, yeah, that's looking like collaboration, but it's going too far that you're even claiming her. So you are seeing the greatness, but you don't want to acknowledge it or ascribe it to Nigeria. You are seeing the greatness and claiming it and saying it's yours.
As we are having this show right now, I'm sure there's another show going on in Ghana saying the same thing we're talking about.
I'm pretty sure. Look, I think we're just see, look, for me, this whole thing is cute, if you ask me, because it's looking like siblings that just like to fight, but deep down they have love for each other. Honestly, let's just preach love. Let's preach the message of love. I mean, we're brothers, we're sisters, we're Africans. So why all of this? Let's stop sending ourselves out of our.
I'm glad we're having this conversation on the social angle. If you look at the business angle, one way or the Nigerians who have succeeded in a lot of businesses in Ghana are actually adding value to the economy.
Absolutely, and they will need to admit to that.
There are a lot of businessmen who are into spare parts.
They will need to admit to that.
Every other thing, they are adding value to the GDP of Ghana. And believe it or not, it might sound like a far cry, but Nigeria is still more or less like the big brother in the matter. And so when it comes to business, you have, look, a lot of Nigerians are there doing business. Of course, you have some bad eggs. If all Nigerians pull out of Ghana, who's going to do their spare parts business? Who's going to do a lot of things that are going to, be hit hard? So I think the minister needs to do a job.
That's what this story is all about. I mean, it's about federal government seeking to mend, the minister, for that represent us in this regard. It has to be the banker Ojukwu, and they're seeking to mend ties with Ghana as all of this, and we're hoping that there is
before we run it from that story,
correction.
Don't you think it should be Ghanaians pushing for this, ties?
No, I don't think it should be Ghanaians. Don't forget, they are the ones saying Nigeria must go.
Right.
So that's why we have to respond. Yes, so we are responding, saying, guys, no send our people away. So that's what's about. So if it's the other way around where we are the ones sending them, that was back then. If it was the other way around where we are the ones sending them, then they should be the ones saying, guys, don't send our people away. So, but let's see what we have on the front page of the Punch paper this morning. Very interesting spread this morning, if you ask me. Federal government eyes 796 billion naira annually from 5% petrol surcharge. This is on page 31 of the Punch paper this morning. Consumers decry new fuel tax after subsidy removal as law commences January 2026. The new fuel tax law obviously commences in January. And then on page 31, Port Harcourt refinery is not for sale. This is according to NNPC. On page 7, varsity students to face drug test. And this is according to the education minister. There must have been a reason for that. And on page 2, it says patients groan as nurses strike grounds hospitals nationwide. Federal government to hold high-level meeting with nurses on Friday. Health workers insist on improved pay and others. That's really sad. On page 7 says reps probe Nigerian miners abuse claim in Central African Republic. And then on page 25, it says Abiodun welcomes ex-PDP chair and others to Ogun APC. On page 5, gunmen stab Ogun businessman to death. On page 3, kings must respect ancestral burial rights or quit throne. This is from Wande Abimbola.
I think one of the most, if not the most important story there, is the one of the university. Students have to go through, some form of, did you say drug test?
Yes.
Let's be honest, if you look at it closely, right? As much as parents want to be, at ease when they have their children back in school, studying, right, to get a degree and move further in life. Once you are more than 18, you become an adult. And so you're responsible for certain things. It's not that the university is not making some great strides by, not wanting to do that. But my question is this. How's that going to hold water? If someone wants to engage in, illicit drugs, using and all that stuff, they can do it outside university and then come back. Right. So the question is, how is that going to work? Are we just going to say, let's get NDLEA, have a branch in all the universities, so that they can respond because they have the ways, their own ways to find out if drugs are passing through the university or something like that. Or else maybe the story is talking about before they get into sports or whatever. I don't think that's even the story. But if you're talking about drug tests in universities, maybe you should cut across even the lecturers. Yes. Because like they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, right? Most of those lecturers too, obviously, at one time, they were also students. And cannabis is a big problem. It's driving our youth to the edge. So it's not bad. It's not a bad thing to have them tested for drugs, but let it be across board. It's very important because everyone who might look quite, prim and proper doesn't necessarily mean they are innocent too. So I guess what's good for the goose is good for the.
But I think I have a different standpoint here. If it's like saying, yeah, I understand you, but at the same time, I'm just thinking, let's start with something. If they want to, start drug tests for students to curb substance abuse, then they should go ahead.
Also, they have bars, hidden bars, not necessarily hidden bars, but bars in dark areas in some universities. You have what they call shopping complex, all those areas. Maybe you should also think about it. Right? Because where there's alcohol, there's bound to be, maybe someone selling some marijuana or something somewhere. So to help them, they should find a way to move those bars outside university and see if that will work. I'm just saying. Now, it just might work. But if it doesn't, it's still a good step, towards achieving a zero drug community in our universities. Because like we know, drugs have always been known to destroy, right, the youth. No excuse for it, right? You see them get into different activities and you wonder, where was this child brought up from? Where was it coming from, right? You come from a great home, from a home with values, but you get to universities and they turn around. We have court activities on the rise, right? And you begin to wonder, now it's so bad that, look, on a Sunday, they're in church, right? On other days, they're kind of their court activity. And that looks as if it's the order of the day. You see them leave university, they come out, they go out to maybe have the social gathering or whatever it is, and they just trouble people on the streets at night. And you ask yourself, where are these people coming from? Well, they're students. So I think it's a good call to be able to say, let us have them, undergo some drug tests to ascertain the level of, health, well, maybe to know how clean that they are. Because drugs really can lead to mental illness.
Yeah, and the abuse of it, you get to, it's addictive.
It is.
And it's not, in the long run, it just altercates the course of your life. So it's really important.
Poor, when your judgment flow becomes distorted. And of course, when you don't sleep well, There are a lot of, I wish we had a medical doctor, there are a doctor on set here. He will tell you there are a lot of effects, or rather, there's a lot of ways that it affects you.
Yeah, the side effects are
it's just too much.
The ripple effects are many.
It's too much. It's too much. So I think it's a good call to have our university say, drug tests.
Absolutely.
Can they sustain it?
Oh well, that's a story for another day. Speaking of sustenance, that's a completely different story, entirely different one. But let's go to page 2, where patients are groaning as nurses strike grounds hospitals nationwide. I did talk about the ripple effect of this one, but this is just one of the effects, and the major effect, if you ask me, because if nurses have to strike, doctors have to strike, who's going to bear the brunt? It's the patients.
It's something that we've been talking about almost like every 6 months. It comes up in the papers. We get to hear nurses are going on strike for wages not being paid, or something that they promised them wasn't being given. Later we hear doctors are going on strike, back and forth. I think the federal government should sit back and say, what is our priority? Is our priority, right, geared towards giving $100,000 which I didn't say it's the bad thing, to people who do very well, or our priority is to save our healthcare system? I'm sure, like I said last time, it's not that money, we don't have more money to face this issue, but I think our healthcare should be priority, number one, right? Yes, of course, security should be number one, but again, we should see it as a point of contact, that this matter is so critical to the well-being of Nigerians that it cannot come second in any way. Until we do that, until we see it as an emergency, we keep hearing nurses want to go on strike. And of course, you can imagine if someone has, like I said before, if someone has is faced with an emergency, maybe there's a car crash or something, and you rush whoever it is, whoever it is has been injured to the hospital, the person might survive. But if you get to the hospital and you say, okay, all hopes are up, and there's no nurse to treat the person will basically give up. And we will see these things on the rise. This is just the beginning. I believe that the funds are there. Let us look at other areas where too much money is being spent. Again, this is not me saying that we shouldn't reward good deeds with, money and other things.
I completely see where you're coming from, because if we're giving out gifts and just spending, I would say lavishly on certain things, rewarding certain things, thousands of dollars. Meanwhile, the people that are at the heart of what matters most in the country, you're not paying them. It's hypocritical.
Every year, the statistics have shown that our doctors and nurses, as soon as they're done from nursing school, or they're done with their housemanship, the doctors, they are off to Canada. And the Canadian government is ready to accept them, not because they mean well for them, but there is a void that needs that workforce. And let's be honest, I've spoken to 1 or 2 people who are there already in Canada 2-3 years, and they are biting their fingernails saying, please, Nigeria, Nigerian government, fix Nigeria. We want to come back. I'm telling you, yes, they're being paid there well, but the kind of tax, as the money comes, the money is going. So you can barely even save. And then you have people back home who have sold properties.
So it's more like you're just working for you're just working to pay bills.
Do you understand me? So you realize that it is modern day slavery, and they see these things. I'm not even talking about the aspect where you be looked down on, or where's it come from, Nigeria or from a different African country. You're here to serve us. We'll pay you some meager wage. The money that you can make, right, working abroad, yes, you see the money, it's coming through, but you're also going to send some money back home, because maybe, like I said, property and things have been sold to send you over there. And your parents obviously are hoping that you will take care of them in an old age. And so the responsibility falls on you if it also happens to be that you have younger ones. So there's more pressure. So you never have a personal life. And see, the thing about time is you can spend money, you get it back. You can lose friends, you get it back. But time is irretrievable. So before you know what's happening, if you're a lady of 30 years, you hit 40, menopause is around the corner. And what happens? You begin to get worried. So you're not thinking, okay, you want to get married, you want to do this, back and forth, the time is kicking. And this is a nurse. Someone who I know called me on the other phone and said, when will Nigerian government fix Nigeria? She wants to come back home. She's almost 40. There's no husband. There's no husband, but she's not married yet. And she's thinking she wants to get married to a Nigerian. She wants to come back home, add value. She's been there for 7.5 years. And so you begin to wonder, what is the future like?
So she wants to come back because of marriage?
Not necessarily that. So she wants to come back because she believes that Nigeria is far more easier and freer to work in. The working environment is quite easy enough.
Okay.
The pay might not be great, but when you're in your country, you have freedom.
Right.
So that's just one nurse. Can you imagine all the nurses who don't have the ability to speak up and they're just dying in silence? There are a lot of them there. And let me say one funny thing. You might have the opportunity to travel there through your nursing skill or nursing degree or whatever it is, and you get there, you realize not even nursing you're going to do. The other is healthcare, right? So you could end up taking care of old people.
Or mentally.
Do you understand? So it is, you are subjected to things that ordinarily you wouldn't be able to do in this country.
Physically challenged people, mentally challenged
So there's a lot.
people.
There's a lot that comes your way, and all those people who on social media are busy, promoting, come to Canada or come to this, come to that, go to this country, whatever it is, we're accepting this. They don't tell you the other bad side. I'm not saying it's not a great country, right? So people don't get me wrong, but I'm saying, truth be told, there's always, right, a package that you don't see.
Yeah, I think the bottom line is for the federal government and Nigerian government to just work on, these sectors that are really important. Healthcare is at the heart of every nation. Healthcare is important, so you definitely need to pay the service providers, which are the doctors, the nurses, everyone in the entire value chain, because if our best hands are leaving, you're leaving people's lives you are leaving people's lives at the mercy of people that are making use of ChatGPT to write their examinations.
And you wonder if we have new wave of nurses who are not really as trained as the ones that have left. We're in jeopardy.
People that are creating content.
We're in jeopardy. That's a fact. It's a serious issue.
Look, there's a very serious issue on the ground that needs to be really addressed, because if the hands that are supposed to be training people, the other day I was speaking to one of my doctors then when I had to do a surgery, and then I said to him, sir, I hope you're not, because obviously is one of the best doctors that they have in that hospital, and I said to him, I hope you're not leaving anytime soon. And he laughed at me. He said, what if I leave? What wants to happen? I said, sir, you know what wants to happen, because you are supposed to be one of the people that will be training these people that are coming. So I looked around and I thought about it, like, all these people are still, if this man leaves, then these are people that are still making use of, they care so much about, maybe just being online, doing social media as against the main work. It's one thing to actually be very equipped and then doing these other things, but you are not, practical is different, because they just come and they are more keen on going followers and saying, this is why, but the practical side of things is not there. So I think the bottom line is, for the good ones that are still there, pay them well. It doesn't make sense that many of them have to be doing like 4 jobs, so they can't even focus on one hospital. You go to this hospital, say, oh, this person, because that's the only way they can afford to put food on their table. It's a very respectable profession, so they should be paid well.
Nigeria is a tough place to live in, but again, the opportunity is here. If we have the money, pay the nurses well. No excuse. Pay them well so they can take care of people. And mind you, for those
nurses
of you
and doctors,
for those of you who think, let's just pay them anyhow and that's it. One day, your family member might have an emergency and you go to the doctors and the nurses and you realize that, wait a minute, I'm not getting the care that I need. And you start blaming who?
And you might not be able to go abroad at that time. But let's go to the Vanguard paper very quickly and see what we have on the front page of the Vanguard this morning, Thursday, July 31st. Operating PH refinery ahead of full turnaround, ill-informed. This is from the NNPCL. Says rules out sale of refineries. They are ruling out the sale of refineries. They're saying they're not actually selling out refineries. It says $18 billion spent on 3 refineries, TAM and others so far. And on page 36, it says mixed reactions trail INEC's verdict on LG polls. Hospital services disrupted as nurses strike enters day 3. Negotiations continue tomorrow. Of course, on the back of what we're speaking about just a few minutes ago. It says IDPs protest in Bainway, block Makurdi Lafayette Road. First Bank grows earnings by 18.1% to 1.6 trillion naira. This is on page 19 of the Vanguard paper this morning. On page 8, it says Nigeria was heading for 12 trillion naira subsidy debt. And on page 32, it says presidency and ex-ADC chair bicker over alleged ministerial bribe of bribery. And on page 38, I think somebody is crying foul. Yeah, Patience Average says, my generation was robbed. This is the word of sports. Anyway, let's talk about the big story on the front page this morning. Operating PH refinery ahead of full turnaround, ill-informed. This is from the NNPCL has this to say, and they're ruling out sales of refineries, saying, no, you know what, we don't intend to sell refineries.
The thing about the Vanguard is whenever I read the Vanguard, I get this chill because they say it as it is. Let's be honest. You're talking about sale of refinery. That should not even be, right, any word on the table. We should not even be thinking about it. Having spent that amount of billions to raise it from the dead, spend that amount of money to add some Lazarus effect to it, and you want to take one now sell it, they shouldn't even mention that area. Otherwise, Nigerians will come for them. So I'm glad they ruled that one out of the way. So let's now face what is necessary.
Nigerians coming for they want to do what they want to do.
Yeah, again, but again, it's
warriors.
It would be a disastrous thing to hear that they finally come to a conclusion and say they want to sell. So let us remain with the fact they said that it's out of the table, they don't want to sell. Right, honestly speaking. Having spent the amount of money, and yet to tell him the Lazarus effect is not going to work, it must work. It must work. That's Nigerians had earned taxpayers' money that they are using to play this kind of gamble. No, it must work. No excuse. If you look at it, Dangote Refinery has given them a run for their money. So it must work, right? Our own federal government refineries must work. No excuse. And speaking about, what's going on with the Port Harcourt Refinery and other thing, and if it's going to work fully eventually, let's see how it turns out. But I'm focusing on the fact that no excuse, NNPCL, no excuse, our refineries must work. Don't even think about it, honestly speaking. That's truth.
Valentine has spoken.
That's
it's giving
truth.
you guys, it's giving
It must
everyone.
work.
There's a warning this morning. No excuse.
That money that they used to, to resurrect it, they could have put that money in the healthcare and save our nurses and save our doctors. But they put it in a refinery because Dangote has come and given them a run for their money. And they're crying foul. Oh, Dangote wants to monopolize the market. Monopolize what market? Dangote is doing the Lord's work, let's be honest. You know why?
He is.
If someone hadn't stepped up to say, no, this must stop, we will not even know the level of corruption going on in that NNPC, level of corruption going on with the sabotaging of our refineries. Because there's no other thing other than it has been sabotaged over time. How much is Brazil spending in what's called fixing their refineries? Not even half of the money we spent over the course of how many years? Instead, the statistics are there. So it's a big thing and a big shame that if Brazil can achieve theirs under 10 billion, why are we spending 27 billion for or more? Right? And yet you're talking about out of the table. They shouldn't even mention that issue of say, that's totally not even acceptable. Let us focus on what it is. Is our refinery working fully now? If no, who are those responsible for taking that money to fix it? Send them to jail. This is how things have to be done. Send them to jail straight up, because this is the heart of Nigeria.
You seem really angry to send them to jail.
To jail. They should go and spend jail time. Spend about 10 years, 15 years. When they do that, those who will come after them, who will come as in who will stand in their place when they leave, will learn a big lesson. Because our president has said it. If we must enjoy omelette, we must crack the egg. So we have suffered the crack of the egg. Now you're telling the omelette is not ready? No excuse. NNPCL. Hope you're listening.
Well, we have to go. Let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day today on the Business Day paper this morning. Obviously, the stories we have on the front pages today have been quite interesting. A spread of very, very thought-provoking conversations. But let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day. We have that on the screen now. It says there is there a signage or what?
So
It
this
says
is like
north.
a clamor for the north.
North, and then we're seeing that on that signage we're seeing someone who's looking like the president and another person. You know, they are trying to
They're struggling
the struggle for the control of the north. And then the tag there also says, I mean, it's pretty straight to the point. It says the struggle for northern votes 2027. So that's why you're seeing headlines like President Tinubu saying that the insecurity, the killings are reduced under his leadership. So we are seeing even the northern APC members also, you know, putting word forward to get the backings of, you know, other northerners to be in support of the president. But we'll see how that all pans out eventually.
Honestly, at the end of the day, if politicians will do the right thing, I see no reason why we should worry about who's going to win the north, who's going to lose the north. As far as I'm concerned, come 2027, let's be able to say we are now a country that will be admired by the rest of the world, and not seen as a country that doesn't know where we are heading to. No, we want people to admire us for great things. I don't really care who wins the north or who probably gets the. What we want is whoever's going to win 2027, which is still very far, by the way, do the right thing. Get Nigeria out of poverty 100%. Make sure insecurity is no longer a topic any longer, that we are now secured. Make sure that our healthcare is intact. Let it be a 7-point agenda that healthcare, you know, insecurity, education, right? Nigeria's brand outside there as they hear us. Make sure that as much as we see the United States bold enough to make deals because the economy is working, let us be able to say, we're going to make deals with other countries in Africa and say, look, if you don't go with this, that, we'll throw some tariffs after you, some sanctions at you, and see it won't work. But to do that, we must work on us. Make sure that we from the home front here are doing the right thing. Because you cannot say, look at us well, respect us, when we don't respect ourselves.
I like how passionate you are this morning. But on that passionate note, we have to wrap it up this morning on the newspaper review. It was interesting conversations that we went from the Business Day paper to the Punch paper to the Vanguard paper and then the cartoon of the day. We hope you enjoyed it. Up next is Business Morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I am Onyeka Valentine.
Stay with BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olutabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
and welcome to Business Morning here on Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze.
And I'm Destiny Momo. Thank you for starting your day with us.
All right, let's move to the first conversation for today. As Africa's commercial capital, Lagos continues to lead policy conversations on inclusion, economic growth. The recent unveiling of the Women Empowerment Roadmap by the Lagos State government marks a significant step forward, harnessing the economic potential of women in the state.
According to the Commissioner for Women Affairs and the Poverty Alleviation, the initiative is actually designed to not only elevate women economically, but also deepen their participation across sectors, especially in entrepreneurship, digital access, and also financial inclusion. But what does this roadmap really offer in terms of impact, and how will it translate to measurable growth in the state's economy?
And joining us now to break this down is Adekemi Omole. She's the Gender and Inclusion Lead, Policy Innovation Center. Good morning, and thank you for joining us on Business Morning.
Thank you for joining us.
All right. Good morning. Really great to be here, Destiny and Debbie. It's an honor.
All right. Okay, let's go into it. What are the core components of the Lagos Women Empowerment Roadmap, and how do they align with the state's broader economic goals?
All right, thank you for that very, very critical question. The Lagos State Economic Empowerment Roadmap, has 5 key pillars, and those 5 key pillars were centered on some rigorous work that was done to understand what does it mean to be a woman in Lagos State. And from that critical scoping assessment that was done, a woman in Lagos State was explored through 5 pillars: biological, economical, cultural, social, and around the legal frameworks as well. And this then fed into the 5 pillars: women in agriculture, women in entrepreneurship, women in emerging sectors, women in education and skill acquisition, and women in the traditional labor force. So just like you have asked, the core components of the Women Economic Empowerment Policy Roadmap is really about driving inclusive development for everyone in Lagos State, particularly for women, to foster access to resources, access to opportunities, and also to strengthen decision-making power for Lagos State, for the women in Lagos State.
All right. Well, that's nice, strengthening decision-making power. Now, how does this initiative actually distinguish itself from previous empowerment programs?
All right, thank you so much. So what the roadmap is a policy document, is a policy framework. And a policy framework is very critical because it then gives a structure that helps to drive how issues around women economic empowerment is run. And it creates an enabling environment where critical stakeholders know where they can plug in to support the Lagos State in driving some of the agenda that they want to drive around this key area. And this reflects in some of the goals and some of the strategies that Lagos State has. So for example, the Lagos State Development Plan, which for 2023 to 2052, which also has this as a critical component, and also of course the Lagos State's theme agenda, that's its THEME plus agenda, which also includes issues around gender and social inclusion, and also looking at things around PWDs. So why this differ, first of all, is how the policy was created. This is a policy for women in Lagos, and that was developed by women in Lagos across key areas, including women in the grassroots. So when this policy was being developed, market women were invited, women in different from different local government, their representative were invited. And they helped us to understand that, okay, these are the challenges that we had. So this policy was developed using a bottom-up approach. So it's very wide in that it covers different population groups, and it reflects the voices and the needs of the people it was made for. Yeah, and also a lot of a wide range of stakeholders were also involved in the process of developing to just foster ownership. So this is one of the reasons why this is a difference and hopefully a framework that will work for Lagos State.
All right, so in practical terms now, how can greater women participation in the economy translate into GDP growth or job creation in Lagos State?
Thank you for that question. So let me just give us a context as well. So for example, presently, Lagos State contributes about 26.7% to Nigeria's GDP. That is really large. And we also know that Lagos State has about 24 plus million people who are in terms of the population base. And just using projections from national, about 49.5% of women of the population base of Lagos State are women, meaning that if we have strengthened, if we just only focused and looked at only men alone, and Lagos State is contributing 26.7% to Nigeria's GDP, what would happen if we're able to strengthen the whole population of Lagos State, including women, including the different intersectional group of women? Then Lagos State will generate more income. So Lagos is such a critical population, and women economic issues around women economic empowerment is very fundamental. So for example, about 95.1% of people who function in the informal sector are women. And of course, a lot of them are also in Lagos State. So once you're able to strengthen that population group to be able to drive economic independence and able to contribute their quota, we are literally giving back to the society. And we know what happens when women are economically empowered. Society enjoys as a whole.
That's so correct. Now, are there projections or economic models tied to these roadmaps as an expected impact?
All right, thank you so much. So in terms of models, so the Lagos State Women Economic Empowerment Policy Roadmap came from the National Women Economic Empowerment Policy. And what was done, it was adapted for Lagos State. So when it comes to, in terms of measurements, in terms of measuring the impact of the policy, so what we've done is that we have a baseline. So for example, in terms of a baseline, about 48% of the beneficiaries of, for example, the LSCTF loans and grants are women, and what we are projecting is that at the minimum, this number in the next 5 years should be able to increase. So what we have tied the metrics of thank you so much. So what we have tied the success of the policy to are existing programs that can be measured. So that is an example of one. And another one is issues around financial inclusion. So Lagos State has one of the largest in terms of proportion of women that are financially included. And what we are looking to do is that at the minimum, let this number be retained or even increased higher to at least a scale of about 72%, just trying to work with the global standard and global recommendation. So yes, the Women Economic Empowerment Roadmap for Lagos State is not operating in silos, but is leveraging on existing framework like the National Women Economic Empowerment Policy and other key instruments that also have this agenda of driving progress for women economic empowerment.
All right, so let's look at the sectors that stand to gain from this empowerment. I'm talking about both formal and informal sector. Who get to gain most from it?
Thank you for that question. Everybody gets to gain more. For example, let me start from the traditional labor markets. So for example, we see that a lot of times women, you have a lot of women enter the formal labor markets. But when it comes to progressing, as women begin to move up on the ladder, you see them a lot of drop-offs along the way, a lot of retention, a lot of, women oftentimes do not progress. And this is because oftentimes there are no policies the gender responsive policies that safeguard women to be able to progress. And this is also a shortfall for organization, because data has shown that when we have inclusive boards, when women, including women with disability, are also included, to support in making decisions that would affect bottom line goals, everyone gains. So that's one. So the roadmap would support even the traditional labor market. So for example, encouraging organizations to have gender responsive policies that look at family friendly support, so that, for example, when a woman gives birth and when she wants to come back into the system, it is easy for her to walk through. And looking at how we can have functional, for example, flexible work options, to ensure that everyone is productive. The organization is getting something, is making gains from this recommendation, but also we are ensuring that women are not dropping off that pipeline. That is for the formal sector. For the informal sector, there are just also so many gains as well. So, and I will just focus on the grassroots women. So, in as much as Lagos State is very inclusive when it comes to loans and grants for women, when you zoom in and you see who have access to these opportunities, you see that a lot of times women who are in the grassroots do not have access because of some of the requirements, such as collaterals like land, like building, and also access to even trust in the financial institution required of them to take up opportunities that would help them cascade and scale their businesses. So everyone benefits from the policy, not just women in the formal sector, but particularly women in the informal sector. This is a policy for every woman in Lagos State.
So now, is there a plan to scale support for women-led MSMEs, especially in underserved communities?
Yes, so the policy has a component called the entrepreneurship pillar. And under the entrepreneurship pillar, one of the key objectives of that pillar is to ensure that there's financial literacy, especially for women in the grassroots. So yes, there's a plan to do that. And as part of our implementation in supporting by providing technical support to the Lagos State Ministry of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, capacity building will be done for women across the 5 Ibile districts of Lagos State that would support them in understanding how they can leverage existing tools in their hands to scale. So yes, there is a plan to ensure that MSMEs, particularly women in the grassroots, their capacities are built so that they can scale their businesses and also contribute to the GDP of Lagos State.
So how is the access to finance being addressed under this roadmap, especially for small business owners and informal traders?
All right, thank you so much. So I will just say something that the Policy Innovation Center is presently providing technical support to the that's the Lagos State Ministry of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, and of course, with support from the Outreach Stone Group, through the Catalyst Fund, initiative that is currently going on. And one of the things that we are doing is that we are going to test a component of the policy to see that it works. So for example, we are going to ensure that we test the opportunities, the barriers and enablers that foster women, especially women at the grassroots, to be able to take loans and grants for their businesses. And the reason is that when we test what these barriers are, then we can then provide solution, leveraging on existing models already, so that everyone can take advantage of the opportunities. So to respond to that, yes, there's something on ground. And also to add that this is not just something that can be done by one stakeholder, for example, WAPA, but this is also a call to key stakeholders, private sector, development sector, who already have existing programs and initiatives, to please plug in by reaching out to WAPA and see how they can also support the Lagos State government in reaching our goals of inclusive development for all, particularly women.
So now, are there digital skills or entrepreneurship training components built into the program?
Yes, so for example, the policy already has a very important pathway for that. But in terms of implementation, yes, there's also something built into that. So like I mentioned, that we are going to do something across the 5 Ibile districts where we are going to ensure that women in the grassroots have the capacities are strengthened to be able to scale their businesses. And one of the things that we're going to do is we're going to ensure that they're able to leverage digital tools. For example, being able to use their WhatsApp to do businesses, being able to, just to scale, use Facebook and all these social media platforms. And one of the things that we are going to also do is we're going to try to, and this is also a call out to telecommunication organization and data service organization to support the Lagos State government in helping to drive this implementation, because all hands needs to be on deck to ensure that this is done. But yes, we have a plan to ensure that women in Lagos State are digitally included as we move towards implementation.
So how will the state measure and monitor success? Are there KPIs or timeline attached to it?
Yes, thank you for that question. Yes, there are KPIs and timeline attached to it. In fact, there's SMART goals. So what we have done across the 5 pillars is to ensure that we have a baseline, meaning that we live in Lagos State right now. So we have something around, for example, like I had mentioned, about 66% of women in Lagos State can have access to loans from LSCTF, which is really high. That is from 2017 to about this 48% of beneficiary of that grant were women. And so what we are looking to do is to ensure that can we scale this or even retain it to a minimum and ensure that, for example, these numbers are still in existence. Also, 58% of men in Lagos State are financially included. Can we scale this to about 74% to meet best global practices? So yes, there is a KPI that we would use to measure progress. And the great thing is that we have reliable data set like the National Demographic Health Survey that is done maybe every 5 years or from time to time. We have the mix funded by UNICEF that would help us measure progress independent of WAPA. So we can really see progress, after some measurable time. And what our target is 5 years.
Now, so can Lagos model become a blueprint for other states or even the federal government? And also, what are the key takeaways for national policy?
Thank you for that question. A lot of national policies have been done, and what I would say more is how this policy really rests on the work that has already been done. So, for example, this roadmap leans on the National Women Economic Empowerment Policy, and what it did was it took those lessons and brought it and contextualized it for Lagos and created a step-by-step model on how this should work. I believe that Lagos is always an exemplar state, and particularly because of how WAPA has allowed for her partners to be, that's the Policy Innovation Center and the Outreach Stone Group, who have supported this work, to be able to, just ensure that they drive a lot of the recommendations are driven by evidence and also driven by a co-creative approach, participatory approach, meaning that everyone that this policy is meant for is involved. And I think that states that do not have this already, I think only Kaduna has launched, but I think other states can emulate this because, for example, we were at a meeting with some of the geologists and she mentioned that we've been hearing about policy but no policy has carried us along like this women economic empowerment policy. And for that, they were grateful, and they're really behind this policy. So I believe that this policy, the women economic empowerment roadmap, policy roadmap for Lagos State, can really be an exemplar for other states as well and other policies.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Adekemi Omole. She's the Gender and Inclusion Lead Policy Innovation Center. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
We really do appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here. Do have a lovely day. Thank you.
You too. Well, we just have to keep our fingers crossed and watch how the Lagos State government keep up with this. It's actually a good policy and a good empowerment program, I must say, if I say so myself. So let's just see how it will go. And I like the responses from the people from the informal sector. I really like how they are embracing it. So let's see how long it will go and how far it's going to go.
It really do so much, trust me.
All right. And that's the much we have for you this morning on Business Morning. Up next is Big Story. My name, of course, is Deborah Eze.
And I'm Destiny Momo. Thank you for watching Business Morning on BusinessDay TV. Good morning.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
to Business Morning. Now, let's move on to our second conversation for today. Banks, insurance companies, and other financial institutions will henceforth report monthly transactions above 25 million naira for individuals and 100 million naira for firms to the tax authorities. Now, this directive was contained in the Nigerian Tax Administration Act, NTAA, Section 29, titled Information to be Delivered by Bankers and Others. The NTAA is among the new tax laws which will come into effect from January 2026. The new laws also include the Nigerian Tax Act 2025. The law stated, without prejudice to Section 142 of this act, every bank, insurance company, stockbroking firm, or any other financial institution shall prepare with or without demand by the relevant tax authority quarterly returns to the relevant tax authority, specifying the names and addresses of new customers and existing customers. In the case of individual, all transactions where the cumulative transactions in a month amount to 25 million or more.
Now, joining us to have this conversation is Mr. Adegboyega Adebanjo. Is an economist and structured finance advisor. Thank you so much for coming on the show this morning.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, now let's look at the primary objective behind this directive for banks to report monthly transactions of 25 million naira and above to the Federal Inland Revenue Service. What do you think is the primary objective behind this?
Well, a critical thing is we've got to understand that this is perhaps the most significant fiscal structural change since Nigeria's independence, I dare say. 4 laws coming out, taking effect at the same time, January 1st, 2026. And I'd actually hoped that those laws would start taking effect from 1st of July. But I think what the federal government has done is to give everyone a chance to prepare, study the law, look at your organization and start preparing for this. Now, an essential part of the tax reforms is because the tax net is not wide enough. There are too many people enjoying benefits that aren't paying tax. And when you think about Nigeria and Nigeria's revenue, we're so dependent on crude oil exports. And whenever there's a problem in the crude oil market, it starts to affect the revenue of the country. I just read an article early this morning that China, one country, India, one country, Africa as a continent all have about 1.4 billion people. Interestingly, just the same. Now, the economies of those other countries, China and India, far exceed the combined economies of the 55 African countries. Now, bring that down a bit. 1 in 4 Africans is a Nigerian. And that tells you how important the economy of Nigeria is. Once we start to widen the revenue base in Nigeria, especially through tax, we will be able to see significant growth because the government will actually borrow less and therefore have to repay less. And a lot more money can be put into infrastructure development. That's the essential reason for widening the tax.
All right, so now how does this policy align with Nigeria's broader goals, especially on tax compliance, revenue generation, and also financial?
Well, again, taxation falls under fiscal policies. And I should say this, that taxation is not about accounting, it's about law. And that's why we see that the instructions tend to be backed by law. Whether or not the financial institutions wish to do so, they are bound by law to provide the data that has been requested. And it's not about being smart, but I think it's most appropriate to have included that in the acts. So they are duty bound to provide this information, and the tax authorities will then use the information appropriately for their purposes.
All right. So which entities are covered? Are we looking at banks, fintech, and microfinance banks?
Well, essentially, you would also bear in mind that a lot of fintech companies, if they're excluded from this, actually require commercial banks to work through what they do. They all have accounts with commercial banks. So for the tax authorities, the Nigeria Revenue Service, as it will be called from January, when they get these returns, they will then have to decide which of these transactions require some further detailed investigation or audit. So it's not everyone or every report that's going to require some looking into, but once it seems to have a particular pattern, then it might require some investigation. Now, it also allows me to be able to say as a tax person that if you have received an inflow of 25 million, I can then ask, where did that come from? And then you show me a transaction. And obviously, you couldn't have transacted with yourself. So that leads me on to another company. And then I can compare and ask myself, was VAT paid? If that company is generating the kind of revenue or the kind of business to pay that, what's the corporate tax the company is paying? So I start to look at and ensure that everyone is paying tax as they should.
So on scope and compliance, still on scope and compliance, what specific types of transactions, say cash deposits or transfers or withdrawals, etc., are banks required to report under this policy?
Well, it wouldn't matter whether it's a withdrawal or whether it's a deposit. The important thing is the threshold of 25 million. Let's bear in mind that there used to be a threshold that was a bit more lower than this. For individuals, it was 5 million naira. And that essentially went under the Nigeria Financial Intelligence Unit and the anti-money laundering laws. And, you had to report 5 million naira deposits or withdrawals. So this is as wide as that. It doesn't matter what. Once there's that large volume going through the system, it becomes important to ask the appropriate questions as to whether or not it's a legal or an illegal transaction.
Well, now let's take our focus to customers' data privacy. So how do we expect the banks to balance this reporting requirement?
Okay, so that's an interesting question. First is that because it's the law, the banks would have to provide that information to the authorities. And as long as they do that, they're fine, because the law is clear as to when a request is made for such information by authorities, they must be provided. But it doesn't take away the total responsibility. Now, to be able to provide that report means that banks through their systems must generate certain sorts of data. And even if I'm sending reports to you, it also means I have copies of the reports. And those reports are kept in my system. So I must also make sure that my system is immune to being hacked. So cybersecurity issues come up to protect. Let's remember, there's a Data Protection Act, in Nigeria right now. So for the banks and financial institutions, they've got to protect that data as much as they can. And then to the authorities themselves, they need to make sure that that data does not leak. It's to them for their specific statutory purposes. And so it's important that the integrity of that data is kept. So I think customers should be comfortable enough in terms of the confidentiality of it and how the data will be kept.
Okay, so still on the customer trust, right? What safeguards are in place to ensure that reported customer information is not misused or even leaked?
Wow. Okay. So I let me first of all go to the aspect of misuse, and that's where there's a bit of a problem here. Knowing fully well, and I hate to sound this way, but once you've got information, Like anything else that is good, it also has the capacity to be bad. And the important thing is that whoever is the officer within those authorities doesn't have a particular bias and then targets a particular customer. And so I think to any organization, now that you're pretty much aware of what these reports are like, and you can start to set up your businesses before January 2026, you want to make sure that you actually have a compliance department that's up to date. Now, if an issue comes up regarding any of the transactions that have been reported, you need to be able to follow through with the authorities at an institutional level. So if an individual in that institution has been somewhat funny, then you can go to court, as it were. Or if the institution itself has not followed its mandate in terms of the statutory processes, then there's means for redress. And I think that's where the check and balances are. But let's bear in mind that just because we have an act doesn't mean it cannot be amended. And as time goes on, when we start to use it, if there are any failings that are mentioned or observed, there's no doubt that stakeholders will come together, discuss it, and maybe propose amendments as time goes on.
All right, let's take a look at the implication on businesses who earn more than 25 million naira in transaction. Do you think this is going to have a high impact on them negatively?
Well, I wouldn't say negatively and I wouldn't say positively too, but one thing is certain, it's going to increase their compliance costs. So if I never had a compliance department in the first place, I'm going to need to find someone and give the person a desk and say, look, whenever we have a transaction over 25 million or above the threshold, I need you to put together a file so that if for any reason the authorities come and they want to investigate or audit that transaction, or they ask us any questions, there is a file and we can respond appropriately. So the best advice, and in terms of best practice to any institution, is that do not wait until you're asked questions before you start running around separate departments trying to get the information. So get a compliance desk together. Now that is a cost, and that might be, quite an effect for them.
Yeah. All right, and from the authority perspective, how will the FIRS process, also analyze and act upon this large volume of transaction data submitted monthly?
So like I said, it's not every single item, in the reports that require or bear further investigation or audit. And let's just say I'm going to get a report. The report is probably going to be digitalized. And therefore, because it's data, I can sort it out in a particular way. So when I look at the large listed companies that typically will do volumes of 75, 100, 150 million, and they've been doing that for the last 10 years, I do not need to go into details. There may be a department within the FIRS or the Nigerian Revenue Service that will look at those companies, and that data is simply sent, make sure they're meeting their tax. But when you then see, and I'm going to use my name, when you then see an Adeboyega Adebajo and Sons Limited or Brothers Limited, and you find out that this company was incorporated, say, 5 or 6 years ago and hasn't done anything, and suddenly the company starts to do 200, 250 million, that is a flag. And when you sort digital reports, it's easy to bring up such. And the first thing the FIRS will do is to ask the Corporate Affairs Commission, can we get a copy of the returns this company has made since it was started? And if they look through the returns and they see that they don't even have accounts, they're not doing anything. So where is this 250 million comes in? Now that requires an audit and investigation. So there will be a method to sort out companies like that.
Okay, speaking about the method, finally, do you think the FIRS actually have the digital tools or the capacity to actually trace these evasions?
Oh yes, I want to believe. Remember that to get to where we are now, and when I say where we are now, I mean having those acts signed, took about a year. And it involved someone with significant experience in tax advisory from one of the top auditing firms in the world. Okay. So what we're trying to do is not rocket science. If the software is not here in Nigeria, it's available elsewhere, and this would have been thought through. You remember when we started talking, I said I had hoped that it would start on the 1st of July, but by pushing it to the 1st of January, it gives enough setup time. I have no doubts that the appropriate software to analyze the data will be available.
All right, before we go, can you just talk a little bit about the legal and ethical backing to all of this? Just, briefly.
Okay. First, in terms of the legal backing, the acts have been signed. They are law. Taxation is law. If you avoid tax, you're okay. And avoiding tax means that if you find loopholes or you do things within the law to pay less tax, it has to be within the law. That's tax avoidance, and that's okay. You must justify it. But if you evade tax, that is taking actions outside the law or the laws. And what you will find is, I'm pretty sure the punishments, the statutory punishments are there. Person will probably end up in jail, as it were. So that's about the legal implications. And for those generating data, it's not just about the tax laws. The Data Protection Act comes in, the banks and other financial institutions decree comes in terms of what they need to do. So that deals with the law. In terms of ethics, you actually spoke to it. We can only hope, keeping fingers crossed, because it's only going to be practiced next year, that we do not see a misuse or an abuse of the data that is provided. And if that occurs, I expect that the stakeholders, because there are significant stakeholders, would ensure that there's a come together where these abuses are discussed and amendments are made to protect.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We're talking to Mr. Adeboyega Adebajo. He is a financial expert.
All right, that's the much we can take on Business Morning today. Up next is Big Story. My name is Deborah.
Good morning and welcome to the Big Story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. This morning, we turn our focus to a growing crisis that's touching every corner of the country. The rising wave of insecurity and how it's threatening not just safety, but also the cost of living, food security, and Nigeria's broader economy. From farmers being displaced in key food-producing regions to transporters rerouting through longer, costlier paths, the ripple effects are severe. And then there's the impact of policy shifts, climate disruptions, and a currency in free fall, all colliding to push prices up and productivity down. Well, joining us this morning to unpack all of this is someone who's been tracking this trend very closely and in real time. Ikemeset Effiong is the managing partner and head of research at SBM Intelligence. Ikemeset, it's great to have you on the show this morning.
Good morning, Elizabeth. Thanks for having me.
Very lovely to have you this morning. Now, the latest SBM Jollof Index shows the real cost of this crisis, and it's looking like it's more than just economic. Let's start with what you're seeing right now. How big of a role is insecurity playing in the rising cost of food and living in Nigeria?
By our assessment, a significant one, right? So insecurity impacts disproportionately the country's main food-growing regions. And so if you look at, the more central portions of Nigeria, parts of the northeast, even parts of the northwest, they account for the significant amounts of Nigeria's arable land, a decent chunk of its production, of its crop and food production, right? And a lot of the farmland, right, has been shut in, right, by a combination of the security situation that we have, which has meant that lots of farmers have not been able to farm. The few who have been able to, right, are carrying out production under exceptional circumstances. They are subject to extra legal levies and charges. They're essentially paying. We have seen evidence in parts of the country where farmers pay protection money to gangs, to bandit groups, to jihadist groups, in order for them to be able to, to access their farms and essentially create a living for themselves. A decent amount of food production is diverted, and sometimes these levies are paid in kind, they are paid in produce as well. And then you also have a situation where even in a calmer security paradigm, right, the level of infrastructure, the level of supply chain support, the quality of access routes to to farmland, and by extension, right, the pipeline to getting this produce to market and to the made up centers, places like Lagos, Abuja, and the likes, right, is significantly impaired, right? But security accounts for, and with the Jollof Index, we track food inflation, not just in Nigeria, but in Ghana as well. And when you look at the differential between food inflation in Nigeria and food inflation in Ghana, food inflation in Ghana is more responsive to macroeconomic and challenges, whether they are domestic. So, for example, the situation with their currency, the situation with the debt situation that they have there, or it's global macro. You think the war in Ukraine, you think oil prices and all of that, right? The food inflation indicators, even the Jollof Index indicators, right, are a lot more cyclical and they're a lot more volatile. But with Nigerian food inflation, it's just largely been an upward trend. Now, the rates at which prices have been increasing is slowing, but it's still rising. And it's because of, the bigger structural issues that Nigeria is dealing with. And one of the primary ones is insecurity. And that's where it's exacting a real cost, right, in the pockets of most Nigerian households.
All right. So give us what the numbers are actually showing, especially like Bauchi, where food inflation is really high. What are the numbers saying at the moment?
Yeah, so we have a situation now where right now to cook a pot of jollof rice for a family of 5, which is the National Bureau of Statistics mean for the average Nigerian household is north of 27,500 right now. As context, when we started doing the Jollof Index in 2016, that number was around 4,300 naira, right? So it's exponentially increased, right, in a little over nine years, right? And we track we track food inflation in 8 Nigerian cities and in 13 markets, right? And within those cities, and what you see in places like Bauchi, where, for example, the cost of pepper has risen by 300% just between Q3 2024 when we did the Jollof Index and sort of now, right, in Q2 2025, excuse me. You have a situation where the cost of pepper has risen 300%. And that's largely, a local micro issue, right? So, Bauchi itself is not as impacted security-wise as a lot of its neighbors, even though it has its own fair share of security challenges, right? But the markets where we track the prices in Bauchi get a lot of their produce, not just from surrounding farming communities, right, in Bauchi, but also from neighboring states that are more security impacted, right? You think Yobe, you think Plateau, you think Adamawa to a lesser extent, you think Gombe as well, right? And because of that, the cost of getting produce, right, to markets in Bauchi specifically, right, have become that much more elevated, and you're seeing that in the end price of things like peppers and tomatoes and onions as well. And that really is the story, right, of Jollof Index, which is that there is a wider national macroeconomic story that it tells, but in each of the various cities where we track prices, there's also a next layer and conversation that the numbers and the data, right, is essentially showing us. The other key thing I suppose to highlight, right, about the Jollof Index is that food security right now in Nigeria has passed a critical threshold. We now have a situation where most Nigerian households are stressed from a spending standpoint, but particularly from a food spending standpoint, right? The number of Nigerian households that we are seeing that come under enormous financial stress, right, is increasing, and it's increasing exponentially. This is in effect a crisis at this point, and it behoves of policymakers to really accord this the level of seriousness and the level of attention, right, that it requires, because there could be significant social repercussions that could emanate if this problem is not adequately tackled.
Now let's speak about the naira in itself, which has been sliding for months. Can we attest it? Can we tie it in any way to how that's directly affecting the price of food in markets right now?
Well, it was more of a significant issue in sort of Q3, Q4, and maybe into the early parts of Q1 and 2025, about Q3 and Q4 of last year, right, where we saw that that very significant jump in the value of the dollar relative to the naira. Now the naira has stabilized somewhat against major currencies, obviously at a much higher price point. And so you have a situation now where most of the costs that could have been passed on to the end consumer as a result of a much weaker currency, we think has largely been passed on now. That doesn't mean that the naira isn't still a factor, right? Especially in terms of pricing, in terms of pricing, in terms of the value of imported inputs, a significant amounts of rice, despite policy setting to the contrary, still remains important, and still remains imported, right? And so there's a foreign currency component to that story there. But to our minds, right, the more clear and present factor apart from insecurity is actually the cost of fuel, right? Because that significantly impacts the price point at which producers are able to take produce to markets now, because the price of fuel has significantly increased as a result of deregulation and the end of the fuel and subsidy program in the upstream sector. You now have a situation where it's that much more expensive to get into markets, and because the pricing of fuel is dynamic, so depending on the latest dispatch, either from the Dangote refinery and the associated stations that get their vending from them, or from the NNPC, and also the retail stations that get their vending from the NNPC, that could significantly alter the price of key food items, right, and the price point at which they get to the market. So we think that's more of a factor now, seeing that the naira is a little bit more stable.
Mentioned, fuel subsidies impacted how the prices of food in terms of transporting from farms to cities. But let's also talk about the impact of climate and flooding, droughts, unpredictable seasons, and all of that. How's that making things even worse for food producers?
I mean, it's definitely exacting a cost, right? The West African monsoon season, we call it rainy season, right down here, is a little bit more unstable than than what it typically has been historically. So in certain parts of the country, it's not raining as often, but when it does rain, it's a significant downpour. We saw flooding last year and significantly impair the the production from a volumetric but also from a qualitative standpoint for goods like cocoa, for goods like for crops like oil palm, right, and the rest. There was a significant tomato shortage at some point last year, and it was climate change driven because a lot of the main tomato producing areas were underwater as a result of significant flooding in the River Niger, but also the River Benue and basin where a lot of our food is grown anyway. So yes, and we've also seen right from the data that we compare for the Job Index that in certain markets, right, the flooding season, and at this point it's really an annual thing right now. So it's probably best to classify it as what it is, which is the season, right? Means that certain food items are essentially taken offline or they come to market at a much later date. The quantity is often smaller. The size and the quantity of the produce is often smaller because you need big to capture whatever demand is out there. Farmers may be harvesting crops a little bit early, and so the sizes of this food inputs is not as large as what you would have seen 3, 4, 5 odd years ago, right? And so you have a situation, and then we have heard from qualitative sampling of market growers that just the general quality of produce appears to be coming down, and there's a bit of a climate change story that is impacting that as well. The quality of the quality of produce, right, is significant. Soil composition, soil types, right, appear to be changing in a way that is, climate change driven, right? But unfortunately, the climate change conversation, right, in Nigeria is still at a point right now where people don't think it is a clear and present reality, but it's often represented as a future concern. And so from that standpoint, you do have a situation where to our minds, climate change continues to remain a significant factor, and one that is likely to get even more significant and occupy a more prominent role, right, in how how Nigerian agriculture, right, is shaped. And so and so the premise of your question, right, this is a very important one, which is that climate change is very important and is becoming even more important in shaping our food security dynamics.
So in your opinion, do you think we're doing enough on the policy side, or are some of the government's interventions adding to this problem?
I'm not sure we're doing enough, right? So, over the last 2 administrations, right, we pursued essentially a food self-sufficiency strategy. And I think it's very important to distinguish between food security and food self-sufficiency. So food security essentially prioritizes the availability of food at the lowest or the most affordable and possible cost for the most number of people. Now, whether that is sourced domestically or imports is a very important contributor to food security. The most important thing is food available to the most number of people at the most affordable prices, right? Food self-sufficiency, on the other hand, prioritizes you producing as much of what you consume, right, domestically, irrespective of the price point. And what we're seeing is that, all of these structural issues that continue to dynamically affect Nigerian agriculture and by extension, right, the food security of most Nigerians, are amplified by pursuing a food self-sufficiency strategy. In a situation where climate change and insecurity and currency weakness and the rising cost of logistics and supply chains makes it more expensive to grow food at scale in Nigeria for most Nigerians at an affordable price point, I think it's best to switch to a food security strategy, at least in the medium term. And so in that sense, policymaking could do a better job. Policymaking is still stuck in a food self-sufficiency mindset, which is not altogether bad if you were doing a lot more to address insecurity, logistics and supply chains, currency, stability, and all of the other issues, infrastructure, and all of the other issues that continue to negatively impact Nigerian agriculture. We are not doing as much as we should on any of those, line items, as it were. And so Nigerians are paying for that exponentially when they do their grocery shopping. And so my sense is that in the short to medium term, let's prioritize food security. Let's support lower income Nigerian households to be able to put food on the table. We're seeing the disappearance, for example, of protein sources from many Nigerian households. Many Nigerian households are rationalizing how many times they eat meat, they eat fish, because the cost of protein has just shot up and skyrocketed. Domestic production can't keep up, and foreign imports, right? Are now happening at a much higher price points because of that currency weakness that we talked about much earlier. The government can do more in terms of maybe temporarily waiving some import levies and charges for specific food items, right? So that puts downward pressure on the end price of proteins, and you have a situation where more Nigerians can afford to have meat or have fish as part of their regular diet. So policymaking can definitely be more nimble. It can definitely do more. I don't think that it has, it has as much carrying power, right, in terms of its track record as it should, right? And I think there's still a lot that we're leaving on the table that we can do just to make life that little bit much easier for most Nigerians.
Thank you for speaking on, you spoke about structure and then infrastructure in itself. So looking ahead now, Ikemesa, do you see any signs that things might start to ease, or are we likely to see this inflation level stay for a while?
So like I said earlier, and what we're seeing with the Jollof Index, what you're seeing even with the NBS's own food inflation numbers is that yes, the rate of price increases is rising, but it's not rising as quickly as it was in the past. So that, at least statistically, gives us some room, right, for comfort. Unfortunately, for most Nigerians, right, they would still interpret. Their lived experience will still be of price increases, right? Whether it's slowing or otherwise, unless you begin to see prices move in the opposite direction, right? Nigerians will still continue to feel like they are in a high inflationary environment, and they would have just cause, right, for feeling that. But our sort of medium-term horizon is that food inflation, right, begins to soften a little bit, even if those numbers continue to rise. I think one point that I should probably just highlight in summation is that you're now seeing a decoupling between headline inflation and food inflation. Headline inflation is slowing much faster than food inflation. Food inflation is generally more volatile, and it's more of a laggard, right? So the margin, right, the spread between headline and food inflation is still too elevated, right, for my comfort levels. I would argue for the comfort levels of most Nigerian budgets right now. And I think we'll still see a bit more of that over the next couple of quarters. But certainly the rate, barring any significant macroeconomic shock, maybe a sharp spike in the price of crude, for example, and you know that in a deregulated fuel environment, a sharp rise in the price of global crude will obviously mean that domestic fuel prices will increase, and that will have an impact immediately on food inflation, but maybe more broadly on headline inflation. So barring that, we think that slowing trend in those price increases will continue over the next couple of quarters. And maybe by mid 2026, all things being told, we will begin to see food inflation slowly begin to come down from this elevated levels.
All right. Thank you very much, Ikemesit F. Young, Managing Partner and Head of Research at SBM Intelligence, for joining us for this insightful conversation this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
Well, this has been the big story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is social listening. Do stay with us.
Hello viewers and welcome back to Today in History here on BDTV. When we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business, I am Norma Wona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that have occurred on this day, July 31st.
On this day in 1914, just 10 minutes before the New York Stock Exchange was scheduled to open, the governors of the exchange voted to close the stock market as fears of economic impacts of World War I mounted. It was reported in the New York Times that if the markets had opened, it would have been likely the worst day in stock market history at the time. Brokers and banks were flooded with sales orders with almost zero buy orders ready for the open. Stocks had fallen nearly 7% the day before. London stock exchanges would also close on this day. Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia 2 days before. Germany would also declare war on Russia the following day. In the span of just a week, all major European powers would be at war. US stock markets would remain closed until December 12th. London would reopen January 4th, 1915. And on this day in 1995, Disney announced it was purchasing Capital Cities or ABC for $19 billion. Capital Cities Communications is an amazing story of what an adept management team can do. Warren Buffett has said Tom Moore and Dan Burke were probably the greatest 2% combination in management that the world has ever or maybe will ever see. Capital Cities originally purchased ABC on March 19, 1985 for $3.5 billion in 1985, a deal partially financed by Warren Buffett in exchange for a 25% stake in the new business. In total, Tom Murphy would produce a 32% compounded annual growth for his shareholders from 1957 to 1995. One of the best long-term records. And on this day in 2002, Polaroid was purchased out of bankruptcy by One Equity Partners, a private equity company now owned by JP Morgan. However, even after bankruptcy, the Polaroid brand would never be able to recover and compete with digital photography.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Wona. Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Oladabe.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very in Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
and welcome to the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we bring you some of the stories making the rounds across social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course, joining me this morning is
Onyeka Valentine.
Things have not changed. New day, new day, same stories. But let's get into today's stories. Hospitals in Abuja are in disarray as nurses across federal health institutions began a 7-day warning strike yesterday. Patients at major hospitals from the Federal Medical Center to Wuse General Hospital were left waiting for hours, with some being discharged early because there simply weren't enough nurses to care for them. The nurses under the National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives say they have been ignored for too long. Their demands include better shifts and uniform allowances and a dedicated salary structure and hiring for more staff. Union leaders have made it clear that this strike is just a warning. So if nothing changes, they are threatening a full-blown indefinite strike after another 21-day ultimatum. That's a long time. But let's see some of the reactions of this on social media. Of course, we know nurses are the backbone of hospitals. There's no hospital that can do without a nurse. So it leaves you wondering if the health system can survive if their demands aren't met, or if we're looking at an even bigger crisis in the coming weeks. But yes, so those are some of the reactions on social media. Oluseun Felix says nothing will change. Asking for a different salary structure won't help. The best option is to get every worker on a single structure with the political office holders. Then let your qualifications and experience determine where you fit into. Let's see more reactions to the stories. Africa Must Be says, Nigerian nurses are going on strike for being underpaid, overworked, and ignored. Meanwhile, our girls just got $100,000. I think that's going back to what we're saying on the newspaper review. It says each of them got $100,000 for playing football, yet the ones who deliver babies and save lives can't even get their salaries. Nurses can never be valued or recognized by the government since they fly abroad for checkups. Interesting remark there. Well, that one is from Desmond. Desmond says,
sad development. Patients will suffer most. This shows how badly the system is failing. Elizabeth, I was very honest with this matter. You know, when we're doing this review, I said, let's address the elephant in the room. Right now, can we address the jungle?
Is the jungle in the room?
The jungle itself now.
Where?
Like they say, jungle
the lion.
Mature, you know.
But the lion is the king of the jungle.
This time it's the jungle now.
Okay, the jungle.
This includes the lion, everybody, every
leopard.
It's a serious matter now.
Okay.
As much as, you know, we throw some levity at it so that we can smile.
Just try to smile in spite of it.
We need to say it as it is. Look, the day Nigeria wakes up, trust me, Africa will respect us again. We are in a year that I expected us to be talking about. You know, back in the days, we used to have issues with electricity. Back in the days, we used to have issues with healthcare. It's all sorted out. We should be in a year where we say those things are now past tense. That we are in 2025 and we're still talking about what will make the health sector solid is appalling. It is unthinkable. It's unheard of. Unfortunately, we're hearing of it. And we say we're the big brother of Africa. Yet, we cannot prioritize properly. What is wrong with us? Why are we putting round pegs in square holes? The nurses' welfare and well-being should be sacrosanct. It is an area that cannot be taken with levity. Why am I being so emphatic? I will explain why. Look, if we say before you get into office, when we elect you, that's if at all was it between the election, when we elect you, if we get into office, whether as the Senate President, whether as the Commander-in-Chief, in all those public offices, even the local government chairman or even the governor, by the time we elect you and you go in, but before that, before you take that oath of office, you also sign and say, look, none of your children, including you, will fly abroad for any treatment.
Absolutely.
You must be treated in this country. Gone are the days. If this the day we add that to, right, our bill, of course, they want to pass such a bill because they know to come back and bite them. When we do that, we'll stop seeing our politicians and seeing our leaders who we're supposed to look up to as role models, right, flying outside the country when they have headache, when they have pimple, right?
Crazy.
When they have a small issue, small scale, they travel abroad. And so, isn't it funny that you travel to those countries and you live your life for someone else to take care of you? How do you look like? How do you sound when you say, "Oh, I'm here for treatment"? I look at you. I have to come from a nation that is a republic. I have to come from a nation that has huge GDP. I have to come from a nation that they see
as
the
giant of Africa.
Aren't you ashamed?
There's a lot of food for thought.
So if I was in the shoes of these leaders, I would be ashamed not to allow me fly there to go and say I want to take treatment for what? When I know that we have the money, we have the manpower, we have the brains, and just as smart with intelligent people. So you see our nurses giving you warning strike. I'm saying, look, it wasted time, self.
And just like you've also mentioned, you rightly mentioned, one of these days, the irony of it is the fact that you could even be in these hospitals abroad and you are being treated by Nigerians. So that says a lot. That's all. So it's the system that's the problem, not the people. Because these people go to these countries and they're thriving. They're paid well. There's some of the best hands there.
If not the
so
best
how about you work on your infrastructure, work on your system, so these people can also thrive within the country?
We need to tie it into our constitution. That look, once you hold a public office and you're elected into office as a leader across board,
you are not allowed.
You are not allowed. It has now become prohibited for you to travel outside this country for any treatment. This will not make them say, you know what, even if it means us, look, I would rather swallow the fact that we get expatriates. Come on, teach our already professionals
if
here
it's
in this
truly
country.
entrenched, then yes, if it's entrenched into the constitution, certainly
we need to
that
fight
can
for
work.
these nurses. As much as we're talking about right now on TV, right? Anyone can fall ill at any point in time. Don't say God forbid, this is just life. Anything can happen, right? Does not mean that we will not say what needs to be said. So now let's address the jungle. We'll move from the elephant now. Let's address the jungle. Let Nigeria as a country decide to say we will no longer allow our leaders to travel abroad for treatment. Let that money be put into our healthcare. Take care of our nurses, take care of our doctors, and more importantly, take care of the infrastructure and put in place the right security personnel that will make sure it's not being looted. And of course, charge our EFC to make sure whoever is giving money to handle these areas, to take care of the nurses, take care of the doctors, that if they don't do their work, they go to jail. No sacred cow. Any animal found wanting should face the brunt of the law. Once you do that, then our healthcare will step up. So nurses, carry on.
Carry on. I don't know how I feel about that carry on. I understand that they must strike, or I understand that things must be changed, but I think I'm just thinking about the people that, the grass that will suffer from this.
If the grass doesn't
so that's why
suffer,
it's so hard for me to say carry on.
Let's be honest. If the elephants don't stamp on the grass for the bad ones to pass up, the green ones will not come up. In this case, let's admit that they're stepping on the bad eggs.
No, they are not stepping because, in this case,
maybe,
yes.
Maybe I got it the other way around.
Yes, because in this case, the patients are the ones that are suffering, and they are the good
so
people.
Let the elephants. Let them
They're the
fight.
helpless
And
ones.
Yes, let we the green ones manage to survive, but let the elephants fight it out. But let us survive.
I mean, the only thing we can do here is just to keep amplifying these stories, and we're not going to keep quiet. So long as this thing continues, you're going to hear us speaking about it on social media, on big story, on every single show. We'll be speaking about it because things have to change. Yes.
At some point, it will make you so passionate you might even lose your senses, but they know what you're talking about.
Right. Anyway, let's move to our next story now, still within Nigeria, but this time we're going to the election side of things, where the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, says that Boko Haram attacks and banditry and communal clashes in the north have dropped sharply in the last 2 years under President Bola Tinubu. He was speaking at a major Northern Leaders Conference in Kaduna. Ribadu claimed that the Tinubu administration, that unified security approach, has freed more than 11,000 hostages and taken out several bandit leaders. He pointed out to big drops in killings and kidnappings in states like Kaduna and Benue State, saying it's proof that the strategy is working. But critics online are asking that do people in those communities actually feel safer, or is this just another government success story on paper? Because we see this a lot, you know, you just come, reel out a scorecard, reel out, you know, achievement. But the people are like, I'm not seeing this thing. Oh, did this happen? Am I a beneficiary of it? But let's see what the people are saying. And that's why we check out some of the comments on social media. Eyes of the gods, I like that name. It says, line with boldness. Insecurity and killing are the order of the day. And not up to weeks ago, Fulani militia killed hundreds of people in Benue and Enugu State, with some other states. Obviously, that's what that person is saying. Amandi Aneze says, maybe this man is living in an El Dorado country, but not in Nigeria. Dennis says, claiming 90% security improvement, photo editing reality, over 130 killed in Tamua, 150 plus massacred in Benue, and danger zones are spreading, not shrinking. So no, insecurity has not declined meaningfully. It has just been relocated, and the smoke has not cleared. Interesting comments there. Like my sister would say, when she wants to say things are a lie, she will say AI security. Ben Bella Diaspora says, Ribadu spoke to reporters via Zoom in a high-speed convoy of 24 armored personnel carriers with soldiers armed to the teeth. What does that say? If you're speaking to reporters via Zoom and you have a high-speed convoy of 24 armored personnel with soldiers armed to the teeth, and you are saying that security has gotten better.
I mean, you know, like they say, look, charity begins at home. If you truly want people to change, or you want things to begin to experience some change so things can get better, let us see that you yourself can practice what you preach. In this case, I mean, let's call a spade a spade. You will not see them move around without those huge amounts of security personnel, knowing that, look, they are also a huge target, you know, on the move. However, if you now come out and now say that security measures and the security of the area is now getting getting better, things are getting safer, then prove to us that it's safer. Move around with just you and maybe your orderly, and see if you get across some states and come back, you know, in one piece. We want to see that kind of thing. We want a case where, like we said before, our politicians should understand that if you cannot practice what you preach, then don't even preach at all. And this has nothing to do with religion. It simply means it has to do with your integrity, to do with your, you know, your level of commitment to nation building. And nation building shouldn't just be in one particular sphere. It cuts across the board. We want to talk about a case where people who complain about killing here, killing there, they're not complaining, they're telling you that it's paining them, it's hurting them. And so if the government is now saying that security is being restored fully, but yet we're still seeing killings, how come? Is it that people in the media are just putting numbers there to frustrate you? Of course not. Those numbers are human beings. The statistic we're talking about, they're human beings. And they have families, they have loved ones. And obviously before they were killed, they actually had dreams and aspirations. So let's understand it as it is. Our leaders are not doing enough. Security is not their first priority, which obviously it should be. Until we say that, look, we no longer want to, because I almost want to call it celebrate killings, because talk about it every now and then. And that's not the right word to use. Until we no longer open our papers and mention killings, let me use that word, then I know, okay, fine, we are getting somewhere. Because you look as if it's not the order of the day. Right? Can you imagine the trauma?
It's pathetic.
Yes, the trauma those families are facing, the ones who they've left behind. Now, and all we do is, killings, may the soul rest in peace. We move on so quickly.
It seems like child's play now.
You understand? Why somebody has left behind children, left behind loved ones who are going to mourn and go through the trauma. Most of them that actually happened in front of them. Most of them lost their family members right in front of their eyes. That trauma is not something that goes away in one day. It goes away in one week. Even if the governor goes to visit them, it doesn't go away. It stays with you. And if you're not careful, if you don't get help, or you don't get some counseling, those children will grow up to become bandits tomorrow, because they will not say, they felt pain already. You see, there is a danger when a child feels pain at a very tender age. The child becomes hardened. And like one of the leaders rightly said the other day, said, look, that in tackling insecurity, they're not just tackling it because they want, the area to be safe. They are tackling it for the future of Nigeria. I'm talking about the ones that have sense, right? The future of Nigeria, because those families that will be left behind, if there's no one to cater for them, how would they go to school? And trust me, an uneducated child is in the right hands becomes tool for what? For banditry. This is the fact. So you see how it trickles down and becomes a big issue. So our leaders, if they talk about, like he rightly said, they talk about, insecurity is reducing and then it's becoming far more better. And security of the state is becoming more better, and they are fighting banditry. Let us see move around with less personnel. And in case you don't know, the amount of police officers we have in the country are not enough. So when you dispatch more police officers to a particular person, what happens to those areas where security actually is needed? Is left void. So bandits do what? They have opportunity to kick in. Because we're in Lagos now and we're talking about, doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods yet.
We aren't.
We're not.
You just should. Things are always closer than you think. So no one should ever feel like you're far away from.
If the World Trade Center could be hit,
it,
right, by two planes that were pushed, put this without, they were taken over by by terrorists in the heart of America. I don't see where you can tell me it can happen, right? They haven't just decided to do that yet. So if you have bandits and terrorists in the north terrorizing the whole place, killing people, in scores, what makes you think they can't come to Lagos or other places? It's just transportation, really. That's the fact. So don't think that you're out of the woods because you are far away in a different part of no. And this is where the problem is now. Because we don't see it as our top priority. Now we are busy gunning for, because I'll say we, because we're part of it. We're part of it. Yes, we're part of it. We're gunning for 2027. Meanwhile, some people are there, right? Crying over loved ones. If we don't see it as important, if we don't reduce those scores, right, and not see it as something to look up to every time you open your newspaper, then we're not ready. But if we're truly ready, security will be the number one thing. Because look, without security, farmers cannot farm. Farmers don't farm, there's no food to be sold in different parts of Nigeria. No food, which means insecurity for food alone can become an issue. And a hungry man is an angry man. An angry man, you don't have an idea what he's going to do. Of course, you do have an idea. That family will never prosper. So it trickles down to a lot of things.
I mean, the bottom line is, whatever it is, before anyone in the position of authority comes to speak, then, I mean, there's freedom of speech for sure, but then you have to back it up with the facts and the figures, because it's one thing to say that, oh, this has reduced under this person, under this person's leadership for the sake of your alliances or whatever.
To look good
that's okay, but we have to have the facts and figures to back it up. If not, you're going to see people really, really ranting, and people that will surely not be in support of all of these things that you're saying. Right, they will come for you, like we say. They will definitely come for you. But I mean, insecurity is a big issue. Healthcare is a big issue in Nigeria that must be addressed with utmost urgency. Yes, urgency. It must be addressed. It definitely must be addressed. And we'll keep speaking about all of these things on the show, because that's the only thing we have. We only have our voices, and we keep speaking.
Yes, there's something we're not seeing. Again, I always say we're a business television. If there is high level of insecurity, cuts across, the food sector, cuts across every other sector, how would you want to do business?
Exactly, and that's exactly what we are addressed today on the big story as well. Yeah.
So at the end of the day, once investors don't see Nigeria as a secure place to come and invest in, they think they'll lose their money, staff will get kidnapped and all that issue, right? They will shy away. Then the ones who are here already will begin to have far more worry on whether to stay in business or not. jobs will be lost. Jobs are lost, business is not done properly. And business doesn't flow properly, of course, it's only a matter of time. Then you're not going to experience an implosion.
And the economy will continue to cripple if these things are not put in place.
And we pray it doesn't happen.
Yes.
But
it's already happening, though.
Well, looking at
For being
1,600
honest.
naira to $1, it's very frightening.
Inflation, there's a lot happening. No, it's already happening. But we just hope that it doesn't cripple much more than it already has. You know, we're hoping that very soon, you know, I did see a flicker of hope from the conversation I had earlier with the guests. You know, we were talking about May 2026, maybe things will start stabilizing. I thought that was a little bit of a wild optimism, but sometimes it's good to hold on to some sort of optimism. Sometimes it just helps you. It just helps you.
It does. And when we say hold on to something, I hope we're not holding on to renewed hope, because I don't know how renewed it is yet.
I think renewed hope is a good thing to hold on to. But let's wrap it up today on the social listening segment. We went from the strike and nurses striking in Abuja to what Ribadu had to say about President Tinubu's administration. But we'll keep monitoring these trending stories and bringing them to you on the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Munyeka Valentine.
Thank you for watching. Up next is the Business News Hour. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Oludebi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, nothing from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogundebi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria, we dey suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, nothing from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Good morning and welcome to the bdtv Business News Hour. I am Glory Brown. Thanks for joining us. Now let's see what's making headlines. Wema Bank, Stanbic, GTCO, Zenith Bank lead stock rally. MTN Nigerians net income grows 180%, each 440.9 billion naira in the first half of 2025. Nigeria Eurobond yield near 3-year low as reform beats depends. Federal government to dismantle 60 agency tax web, stifling digital growth. USC shares hit 52-week high on Chivita acquisition. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where Wema Bank PLC, Stanbic IBTC Holdings PLC, Guarantee Trust Holding Company PLC, and Zenith Bank have outshot peers in the NGX Banking Index in 2025. The NGX Banking Index is a basket of 10 stocks comprising the most capitalized and liquid companies in the banking sector. Stocks of the 4 banks giants have recorded year-to-date returns in excess of 50%, led by Wema Bank with a remarkable 119.23% returns as of July 28. It was followed by Stanbic IBTC Holdings Group, a year-to-date return of 73.18%. Guaranty Trust Holding Company and Zenith Bank also maintained strong momentum, with their stock appreciating by 57.66% and 50.45% respectively within the same period, according to NGS data. The surge in this banking stock reflects renewed investors' appetite for fundamentally sound institutions, especially amid Nigeria's evolving monetary landscape. Analysts believe the financial sector is experiencing a re-rating supported by high interest income due to central banks' tight monetary stance, improved cost management by the banks, and continued innovation in digital banking platforms. Moving on, MTN Nigeria reported a net income of 414.9 billion naira for the first half in 2025. This marks a 180% year-on-year growth from the 519.1 billion naira net loss reported in the first half of 2024. In this consolidated financial statement for H1 2025, the group recorded a turnover of 2.38 trillion naira during the period. This represents a 54% year-on-year growth from the 1.54 trillion naira reported in the first half of 2024. This growth was observed across various revenue streams, including voice, data, and value-added services. Data revenue particularly saw a significant increase from 726.6 billion naira in the first half of 2024 to 1.23 trillion naira in the first half of 2025. MTN has been one of the biggest gainers in the forex reforms in the country. The financial statement revealed that a critical factor in the tele-giant turnaround was the substantial reduction in the net foreign exchange loss. Its FX losses decreased significantly from 887.7 billion naira in the first half of 2024 to 5.2 billion naira in the first half of 2025. The moderation of the currency impact played a vital role in restoring profitability. In other news, Nigeria Eurobond yields are approaching their lowest levels in 3 years as investors flock to the West African nation's debt by sweeping economic reforms and a stronger policy signal from President Bola Tinubu's administration. The drop in yield reflects renewed investors' confidence, driven by exchange rate unification, fuel subsidy removal, and progress on tax reforms. The reforms have positioned Nigeria as a top reform story among frontier and emerging markets this year. Hence, the average yield on Nigerian Eurobond is on course to fall below 9%. Investors are betting that the bold policy measures will improve fiscal sustainability and attract more foreign capital. The narrowing yield spread between Nigerian debt and U.S. Treasury signals a lower perceived risk and greater demand for Nigerians' assets. Analysts note the reforms have increased transparency and enhanced macroeconomic stability, key conditions for sustaining investors' interest. Up next, the federal government has begun a coordinated push to dismantle the country's tangled web of multiple taxation. Over 60 federal, state, and local tax collecting agencies whose levies are stifling the growth of the Nigerian's digital economy. Key government officials, regulators, and legal leaders at the maiden edition of the National Dialogue for State Attorneys General held in Lagos on Wednesday raised the alarm over the crippling impact of overlapping, inconsistent, and often illegal taxes on the telecommunications sector. The Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosu Tanaji, expressed and emphasized that excessive taxation remains a major hurdle for digital service providers, discouraging innovation and investment. The federal government is expected to work with state governments to streamline tax collections, enforce transparency, and eliminate redundant levies that threatens digital expansion. To wrap up the business news hour, shares of UAC of Nigerian PLC surged on Wednesday after the company announced its agreement to acquire Chi Limited from Coca-Cola Company. Despite reporting a 23% drop in half-year profit, investors' sentiment remained strong, driving the stock up by 9.94% to 73 to 54 weeks high, far above its 16.15 naira low. UACN posted a 22.9% decline in profit after tax, falling to 7.36 billion in the first half of 2025 from 9.54 billion naira in the same period last year. Rising finance costs offset gains from improved operators. However, revenue jumped 33% year-on-year to 110.41 billion naira, supported by growth across its animal feeds, paint, and packaged food businesses. Gross profit rose 51% to 22.26 billion naira, thanks to better cost controls and a stronger product mix. Operating profit nearly doubled to 12.59 billion naira, boosted by asset sales and non-core income. Commenting on the group acquisition, Group Managing Director Fola Ayesimiju said the deal aligns with UACN's committed to Africa's growth and unlock new potentials in Nigeria's fast-growing dairy and juice markets. That wraps up today's Business News Hour. Thank you for staying with us. I am Glory Brown. Keep watching BDTV.
Hello viewers, and welcome back to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Wona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that have occurred on this day, July 31st.
On this day in 1914, just 10 minutes before the New York Stock Exchange was scheduled to open, the governors of the exchange voted to close the stock market as fears of economic impacts of World War I mounted. It was reported in the New York Times that if the markets had opened, it would have been likely the worst day in stock market history at the time. Brokers and banks were flooded with sales orders, with almost zero buy orders ready for the open. Stocks had fallen nearly 7% the day before. London stock exchanges would also close on this day. Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia 2 days before. Germany would also declare war on Russia the following day. In the span of just a week, all major European powers would be at war. US stock markets would remain closed until December 12th. London would reopen January 4th, 1915. And on this day in 1995, Disney announced it was purchasing Capital Cities or ABC for $19 billion. Capital Cities Communications is an amazing story of what an adept management team can do. Warren Buffett has said Tom Moore and Dan Burke were probably the greatest 2% combination in management that the world has ever or maybe will ever see. Capital Cities originally purchased ABC on March 19, 1985 for $3.5 billion in 1985, a deal partially financed by Warren Buffett in exchange for a 25% stake in the new business. In total, Tom Murphy would produce a 32 compounded annual growth for his shareholders from 1957 to 1995. One of the best long-term records. And on this day in 2002, Polaroid was purchased out of bankruptcy by One Equity Partners, a private equity company now owned by JP Morgan. However, even after bankruptcy, the Polaroid brand would never be able to recover and compete with digital photography.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Ogbonna. Keep watching BDTV.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to Industry Focus on BDTV, where we spotlight several industries locally and globally to identify their economic and, of course, business values. And, of course, again, how it affects GDP of Nigeria, lives of Nigerians, and everyone so far. I'm Onyeka Valentine. Welcome to the show. We've got 4 segments for you all listed out, and it's going to be engaging. Our first segment, like we always do it, is the business quote of the day on finance. That will come to you. Segment number 2, we've got Captain's Opinion, where we have our esteemed guest, Prince Aliyu Audu. Right? He's the Vice President of Nigerian Irish Business Association. In that segment, he'll be joining us. And then, right after that, or rather during that, we'll be discussing the pulse of prosperity as our topic to find out how the finance industry fuels Nigeria's economic growth. And of course, our segment number 3, Deal or No Deal, where we throw out what is currently happening and allow our guests to tell us if this is good for Nigerians or is it no deal for Nigeria. And our segment number 4, Retrospect, where we will dive a bit into global themes and global issues and talk about what's happening GDP in the US. All this coming your way. So don't touch that dial. This afternoon, it will be a great one. Industry Focus. My name, Onyeka Valentine. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Let's jump into this. Business quote of the day on finance, which is more important because that drives, everything that has to do with the economy and drives that which is necessary for the country. So it says here, in Nigeria, financial services, telecoms, and entertainment have driven growth more than oil. I'll take it again. It says, in Nigeria, financial services, telecoms, and entertainment have driven growth more than oil. It's not my quote, rather it's the quote of Mr. Oscar Onyema. All right, you guys know him so well, the CEO of Nigerian Stock Exchange. That quote was dropped a while ago. All right, so let's take a quick break. When we come back, let's start the show for real, where we have our guest standing by. I will give a robust information about our guest so that you know why he's the right person to talk about finance and how it grows Nigeria's economy. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope you wrote that one down for those of you who are financial experts, and you probably will need something to power your day. That quote was there to power your day. So let's jump straight into the captains segment of our show. We call it the guest segment, is where our industry captains weigh in their opinions. Very important. So yes, industry focus it is, the guest segment of this program that gives you that which you need. Let me give you a robust information about our guest in case you don't know. Our guest today is Mr. Prince Aliyu Audu. He is the CEO of Hatfield Energy Group and, of course, a member Planning Committee, Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit, NDIS. Mr. Prince Audu is also a professional banker, right? A professional banker and economist by training. He is equally the vice president of the Nigerian Irish Business Association, a seasoned investor in energy, real estate, development, and because of his love for this nation, which is nation building, he returned from diaspora to add value to Nigeria and Nigerians. Prince Aliyu is also passionate about connecting Nigerians in diaspora with opportunities to contribute to the development of their fatherland, hence his active involvement with NDIS. Help me welcome my guest. He's right there, reaching us via Zoom, joining us on this program. Mr. Aliyu Audu, thank you so much for gracing us with your wonderful presence. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Fantastic,
thank you very much.
fantastic.
Thank you for having me.
I hope I was able
Thank
to
you.
give you robust information about you.
Sorry?
As I hope I was able to give you robust information about you.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. You did a wonderful job.
All right, fantastic, fantastic. Thank you for joining
Thank
us.
you.
Right, let's jump right into this. I know you're itching to give us all the great answers, so let's jump into it. Money, 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 they say, right? If well managed, is key to the growth of an economy. We all know this, but Nigeria is a quite, we're quite large as a number, and of course, they're quite robust in different areas. So, I want to know, in the spirit of the pulse of prosperity, as a financial expert and of course an economist globally known, how do you think, right, the finance industry fuels Nigeria's economic growth such a way that we can begin to see that the engine of the finance industry pulls the heart and the core of Nigeria? In other words, industry as Nigeria's economic engine, what are its core contributions to growth?
Thank you very much. Yes, as you said, the finance sector is a very, very important sector because it's anything, our daily lives, we have to use finance. In carrying out any transaction, you need finance. Right. So finance sector is a very, very important part of our lives and the life of our country. Now, economic growth is a very important aspect too, and finance contributes greatly to the economic growth because its core contributions ranges from mobilizing savings and investment. As you can see, if through our financial institutions, people are able to save their money and invest their money in various ways. If you want to say, if you save your money, if you want to invest in any business at all, the banking sector most especially offers you various products like the savings account. Right. So that is one of the core sectors that core functions of the financial sector in economic development. Another one is from capital formation. Now, it facilitates capital formation in the sense that if people use the bank as a means, as a store of value, store of money, they store their savings, they store their money in the banks. And with this savings, banks put it together as what they call deposits and give it out as loans to businesses. So that is another core function of the financial institution. Another one is promoting financial inclusion. As you can see, majority of money is outside the banking system. Now, the banks, the financial institutions, help to reach out to places that do not have these financial institutions. For example, mobile banking. Mobile banking has come to be very effective and has helped people to move money easily, especially farmers in rural areas. So people that do not have access to the banking system, through the financial sectors, savings account, mobile banking, so on and so forth, they are able to be included in the financial equation. And as such, they are able to also access finance in terms of loans to do their businesses.
Speaking of loans,
supporting another core function. Sorry?
Okay. So speaking of loans, I don't mean to cut your trail of thoughts. You're doing wonderfully well. But speaking of loans, it kind of jumps me into our next question, just to tie it in, right? In your view, what are the primary ways Nigerians, or rather Nigeria as a whole, right, encompassing the banking sector, capital market, and areas like that, insurance and other financial sectors and services directly contribute to our nation's economic growth and overall GDP from this angle of loans you spoke about?
Okay, that's true. Now, financial intimidation and efficiency. As you can see, we have different sectors in the economy. Capital market, the manufacturing sector. Let's focus on the manufacturing sector, for example. Now, and the agricultural sector. We all know that these sectors require a great deal of finance in order to produce. If you want to start up a manufacturing factory, let's say pure water or what have you, you will need a financial amount for you to start the business. And in most cases, most businesses do not have the startup capital. And that's why when they approach banks, some might have and might not have enough. So banks, financial institutions act as the bridging capital, as the bridging, to provide the bridging capital for this, for businesses, manufacturing, the steel sector, the rail sector. So it plays a very, very critical role in supporting different facets of the economy in providing loan. Now, where is this loan coming from? These are savings that have been acquired, that have been accumulated over time from you and I, from majority of Nigerians. This is a store of value, and this is translated into loans for businesses in different sectors. And this stimulates the economy because through this, businesses are able to trade. You trade, you produce, you manufacture, whatever you're manufacturing, be it clothing, be it shoes, be it water, be it even food production. Financial institutions are very important because they support SMEs. SMEs constitute about 98% of the economy, 90 to 98% of the economy. And without, majority of people, as we know, even in developed countries, don't have the finance. And as such, financial institutions are there to assist people, to assist SMEs in order to start production. So it plays a very, very, very important role in the economy, in supporting economic growth as well.
Fantastic, fantastic. Again, our questions just go back to back. It enables us to, stay in the right corner with it. So this one, I know you're conversant with this. Speaking about mobilization, right? How does it mobilize capital, right? Facilitate trade and enable investment across other crucial sectors? Having in mind that, of course, we are also looking at maintaining some equilibrium as we move ahead.
Financial sectors play a very, very important role in facilitating trade, promoting trade, facilitating trade, and supporting trade in that regard. So if, for example, now, a businessman wants to go to a foreign country to buy goods and services, you don't necessarily have to have cash. You can go into that country, and financial institutions have what they call letters of credit. So if you open a letter of credit in Nigeria, for example, you can go to another country, say Turkey, for example, if you're a ship, or China, if you're buying maybe building materials. And that is acceptable to the banks or to the suppliers in China. So without necessarily having cash, the financial institution, through electronic transfer and letters of credit and APGs and what have you, can support trade, can make trade possible. So businessmen can open an account in Nigeria and go to China just by filling documents and be able to secure goods worth millions and billions of naira just by paper document. This also helps in risk mitigation in terms of it reduces the risk of loss of money or capital and creates a safe way to transact businesses. Also in formulation, as I said previously, the banks act as a conduit for saving and storing money, meaning the money that they gather from majority of the people is used to also promote trade by providing credit to these businessmen to be able to buy their goods and services, sell, and then pay at an interest. So these are various ways that finance promotes trade.
Okay, speaking about promoting trade, I mean, we hear you very, very loud, very clearly, and you're making a great point. But now, again, most of our viewers want to know, when it comes to being quite effective with finance and some other kind of businesses, all within different sectors and industries, like, manufacturing, you have agriculture, you have oil and gas, and then you have, these are on the upstream and the downstream people, those who run SMEs, like I did mention agriculture in different areas. How do you see, in other words, what do you think they should look into if you want to start a small business? And you're looking at agriculture, you're looking at, like your POS, like you said, what are the things they should look at or worry about? Or better still, what are the questions you should ask those financial experts?
Oh, okay. Well, I think in a nutshell, you're asking what sort of support for businesses in terms of POS and what have you. Is that what you're asking?
Most definitely. I mean, in the agricultural sector, those who are starting small scale business, you can name it all, in the buying and selling. We have some people who are into real estate, but they are starting small and they're wondering, right? Will banks support them? What are the hurdles? What are the challenges they might face? And stuff like that.
Okay, absolutely. Now, one of the critical issues that businesses have faced in terms of getting support from financial institutions and banks is interest rate, accessibility to credit. Now, a lot of businesses complain how difficult it is for them to access credit. That is a major issue that that businesses are facing, and they're trying to get banks to provide credit for them. The interest rate is very high, and then the requirements in order to be able to access facilities is also very difficult. And that is not helping SMEs. Normally, in developed countries, there's what they call the credit system. You don't have to have a collateral to get a loan for an SME. That is not important. As long as you have a good credit history, they can give you even millions of dollars or naira, as long as you qualify and you have a good credit history. That is lacking in our current financial system, or it's not very developed. Banks are only, financial institutions are avoiding lending to SMEs, which is not good. They focus on making money from the big multilateral companies like Dangote, MTN, so on and so forth. So that is a requirement that the CBN need. That's an aspect that is lacking in the financial system, and the CBN needs to do more in getting banks to lend to the real sector. Lending to the real sector without necessarily having collateral. I mean, majority of Nigerians or businesses are small-scale businesses. Where are they going? And startups. Where are they going to get collateral from? Especially look at the POS business man, so on and so forth. And now that takes me to another point. The regulators. What is the CBN doing? The CBN in the past has come up with schemes that support different sectors of the economy, like agriculture, the agricultural credit scheme. That is good in its own sense, but we need to see more of that. We need to see more of that in the real sector, supporting the ordinary man. We don't want to hear that there are facilities or there are schemes set up for a particular sector and people are not able to access it. That is a major problem we are facing in spreading liquidity in the Nigerian financial system. So the money needs to trickle down to the common man, to the common businesses. That is the only way you are going to eliminate poverty. That is the only way you are going to create employment. And that is the only way you're going to make people economically active. So that is an area I fault the banks. They don't give enough credit to the to SMEs. Now, Solodo, the former CBN governor, addressed that by creating the microfinance banks. Now, microfinance banks are not also lending to micro businesses. Rather, they are focusing on lending to people with collateral or businesses with collateral or companies. That shouldn't be so. As the word says, microfinance is for micro businesses, and it should be an uncollateralized lending. That is what we want to see. We want to see more of that in the economy, and that is going to stimulate the economy, and that's what we need in Nigeria right now, because a lot of Nigerians are complaining. Thank you very much.
Yeah, great stuff. Great stuff. I mean, we can go on and on. This is getting more interesting. I'm almost tempted not to interrupt you because you just have it well packed. Most definitely we'll do a part 2 of this. But before we go away, we still have one more question or two. We still have our deal or no deal coming up. But before we ask about the deal or no deal, let's know. So finally, or rather, before we go finally, we want to find out, as an economist, right, financial expert, and a well-seasoned banker, what are the steps your company has taken to help better the lives of Nigerians as a financial expert?
Oh, thank you. This is one of the steps I take. I go around educating Nigerians about finance, about the economy. And I also, not only do I educate Nigerians through my various channels, YouTube, medias, I also speak on behalf of Nigerians to the government and to big financial institutions on the need for them to ease their regulatory requirements and make finance more accessible to the ordinary Nigerian. For example, now, mortgages. We have a deficiency of over 20 million housing in Nigeria, and we need to start the selling mortgages. Banks need to start giving out mortgages to majority of Nigerians. Another thing I've done, we have started the Hartfield Microfinance Bank, as well as the Hartfield Financial Institution. What we are trying to do is to reach out to the ordinary Nigerians. We want to do banking in the unusual way. We want to be able to reach out to people in the rural areas. We want to give out loans to SMEs, uncollateralized loans, using technology. Now, with your phone, you can just pick up your phone and apply for a loan. You don't need to go out of your house or your comfort zone. You can even request an appointment. We come directly to you. We see what you're doing, and we'll support you. So these are the little ways that we are trying to support the financial sector in Nigeria and rewrite the script, as you may say. Our dream is for every Nigerian, or most Nigerians, that are economically viable to have access to finance. When you have access to finance, that is the only way the economy is going to grow. That is the only way you're going to eliminate poverty. That is the only way you're going to create employment. So these are the steps we're taking. A group of us, ex-bankers, have come together to try and to promote financial inclusion, to try and make finance reach to majority of Nigerians.
All right, Mr. Ali.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I must say, like I did say, we cannot exhaust everything today. But before we go, right, first of all, I want to thank you for the job that you're doing, and like we always say, more grease to your elbows. But before we go,
thank you.
The recent news about Tinubu's $21 billion loan approval, do you see it as a deal or no deal for Nigeria and Nigerians? Straight to the point. We have only 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's what they call the debt trap. We have been borrowing.
Right.
I think it's time to reduce the borrowing because what we're setting for ourselves is the debt trap. After borrowing, we have to pay back this money. Now, how are we going to pay back this money? Through our future income. So borrowing, I don't think is the best news for Nigeria right now. We need to reduce borrowing. We need to look for other ways to generate income, like our tax systems that are not very developed, and going into reducing leakages in different aspects of the economy, and also providing infrastructure. We don't have a train system. Now, how much are we borrowing? We're borrowing $21 billion. That is enough to provide railway for the whole of Nigeria. So if this borrowing is targeted at a specific infrastructure, like railway around the whole of Nigeria that can repay itself comfortably, then I don't see anything wrong with borrowing. But if there is no path to income generation for the loan to pay itself 2 times and over, then I fault the borrowing. Thank you very much.
So it is a no deal if they don't have direction for the borrowing? Absolutely.
No deal, there's no direction for the borrowing.
All right.
Borrowing should be supported with income stream that would, over time, pay off the borrowing, not only pay it, but begin to generate income. That's where we need to focus on now, because we have a lot of infrastructural deficit, road, railway, and if we are able to put this infrastructure in place, we're not only going to generate more income, we are going to improve the economy. The GDP is going to grow because the economy will be more efficient. The movement from Kano to Lagos by businessmen will be much, much quicker, and that brings about development. So movement of goods and services as well. If the farmer in Kano wants to send goods to agricultural products to Lagos, it takes a day. Wastage is reduced. It brings down inflation as well, because the rail system is the cheapest means of transportation. And efficiency means that waste is eliminated. This, in the long run, reduces cost and makes the economy more efficient. So if borrowing is targeted at providing the most important infrastructure we need in Nigeria, that will definitely repay itself, then I support that. Without that path to income generation, then I'm sorry, I don't support any borrowing. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Aliu. We've been speaking with a prolific speaker, of course, an economist, and we know I'll put it this way, with no hold back, someone who is a professional when it comes to financial analysis and, of course, as a financial expert. Thank you so much, Mr. Ali. We appreciate you. We hope when we call upon you again, you will give us a part 2 of this. You've been quite robust with your information, and without a doubt, you gave us great insight and you made justice to this topic. Thank you so much, sir. Are you still there? Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Right.
All right, you guys have heard him. For those of you who are planning on having your businesses, in different ways started up, don't be afraid. Go out there, ask for help, look for people who are professionals to advise you. But very more importantly, let's remember that the Nigerian economy runs on finance, most definitely, and the core of the show, which is industry focus, as finance is our topic, and how it generates and moves the gears and corners of Nigeria. Hopefully you've seen everything and you've heard all that needs to be heard. Until next week, hey, stay strong and remember this, every industry matters. My name is Onyeka Valentine, right here on BDTV. Bye-bye for now.
am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
You are watching BusinessDay Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Deborah Eze. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Now the headlines. Federal government attracts $791.49 million CNG investment in 2 months. Obi El-Rufai granted waiver to remain in their respective parties, AGC. Varsity students to face drug tests, says Education Minister. Meta reports $47.52 billion in second quarter 2025, driven by ads, user growth. And Man United considering Benjamin Sesko as top striker target. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the federal government has attracted over $791.49 million in compressed natural gas investment between May and June 2025. This was seen in a document obtained from the Presidential Initiative on Compressed Natural Gas Secretariat on Wednesday. The document revealed that over 1,440 vehicles have so far been converted across 20 states, with 807 CNG-powered buses, and over 5,000 tricycles procured to deepen clean energy adoption, reducing transportation costs. According to reports, the federal government has also ramped up its push for compressed natural gas adoption in the transport sector, mobilizing over $980 million in investment and deploying more than 100,000 CNG kits within 12 months as part of the presidential CNG initiative. And moving on, the African Democratic Congress has confirmed that former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi and former Kaduna State Governor Nasiru El-Rufai have been granted a waiver to remain in their current political platforms ahead of the 2027 general elections. The interim National Publicity Secretary of the ADC, Bolaji Abdullahi, revealed this in a statement on Wednesday, 30th of July, 2025. Abdullahi's remark follow a recent statement by the party's interim national chairman, David Mark, who warned of zero tolerance for anti-party activities and indiscipline, insisting that members are either in ADC or not in ADC. This clarification reportedly comes amid growing speculations over the role of influential political figures in the restructured opposition coalition, which has adopted the ADC as its flagship platform. And to end the local news, the Minister of Education, Tuji Alausa, has backed the introduction of compulsory drug integrity tests for students in tertiary institutions across the country. This decision followed a meeting in Abuja on Wednesday with the chairman and chief executive of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, Buba Mawa, where both parties discussed measures to curb substance abuse among students. In a statement on Wednesday by the agency spokesman, Femi Babafemi, the minister also approved the review of the current secondary school curriculum to incorporate updated drug education, committing to forming an inter-ministerial working group with the NDLEA. The NDLEA boss also proposed a three-pronged approach, revising drug education content in schools, introducing standalone drug abuse prevention programs in secondary schools, and implementing a drug testing policy for tertiary institutions. We then move to the foreign scene, where Meta Platform has reported a strong second quarter earnings for 2025, with revenue rising to $47.52 billion, a 22% increase compared to the same period last year, driven by robust advertising performance and sustained user growth across its platform. Founder and CEO of Meta, Mark Zuckerberg, described the quarter as a success for both the business and its community. According to reports, the company also saw profitability metrics like the free cash flow standing at $8.55 billion and operating cash flow reaching $25.56 billion, while holding $47.07 billion in cash, cash equivalents, and marketable securities as of June 30th. The tech giant report also projected third quarter 2025 revenue in the range of $47.5 to $50.5 billion, while signaling a potential slowdown in fourth quarter year over year. And to end the news, Manchester United have made RB Leipzig Benjamin Sesko their #1 choice to come in as a new striker this summer. Sesko has been heavily linked with Newcastle over the past few days, and increasing uncertainty over the future of Alexander Isak. According to reports, there has been contact between United and RB Leipzig over the 22-year-old Slovenian. Sesko has an informal agreement with the Bundesliga club, meaning it would be able to leave if an elite club came in with an offer in the region of £70 million. The Slovenia has become one of the most highly rated young forwards in Europe, scoring 39 goals in 87 appearances for RB Leipzig. And that's why we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at noon. I am Deborah Eze. Keep watching BDTV.
Hello viewers, and welcome back to Today in History here on BDTV. When we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business, I am Norma Wona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that have occurred on this day, July 31st.
On this day in 1914, just 10 minutes before the New York Stock Exchange was scheduled to open, the governors of the exchange voted to close the stock market as fears of economic impacts of World War I mounted. It was reported in the New York Times that if the markets had opened, it would have been likely the worst day in stock market history at the time. Brokers and banks were flooded with sales orders with almost zero buy orders ready for the open. Stocks had fallen nearly 7% the day before. London stock exchanges would also close on this day. Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia 2 days before. Germany would also declare war on Russia the following day. In the span of just a week, all major European powers would be at war. US stock markets would remain closed until December 12th. London would reopen January 4th, 1915. And on this day in 1995, Disney announced it was purchasing Capital Cities or ABC for $19 billion. Capital Cities Communications is an amazing story of what an adept management team can do. Warren Buffett has said Tom Moore and Dan Burke were probably the greatest 2% combination in management that the world has ever or maybe will ever see. Capital Cities originally purchased ABC on March 19, 1985 for $3.5 billion in 1985, a deal partially financed by Warren Buffett in exchange for a 25% stake in the new business. In total, Tom Murphy would produce a 32% compounded annual growth for his shareholders from 1957 to 1995. One of the best long-term records. And on this day in 2002, Polaroid was purchased out of bankruptcy by One Equity Partners, a private equity company now owned by JP Morgan. However, even after bankruptcy, the Polaroid brand would never be able to recover and compete with digital photography.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Wona. Keep watching BDTV.
Business Day SME Clinic. My name is Ethel Adorno, a social media strategist here at Business Day, and I'm honored to be your moderator for today's important conversation. Today's topic is tax planning for SMEs, how to maximize your tax liabilities. I'll take that again. Tax planning for SMEs, how to maximize your tax liabilities. As an entrepreneur and a small business owner, one of the most overlooked aspects of building a sustainable business is understanding how to navigate your taxes efficiently and even more legally. And for many SMEs, taxes feels like a burden or even more confusing and complex. But the truth is, with the right planning, knowledge, and strategy, tax can become a tool to support your business growth. And that's exactly why we are here today, to demystify the process and equip you with practical tools to manage your tax to demystify the tools and help you with the knowledge of how to manage your tax responsibilities more efficiently. And today, as usual, I've got brilliant speakers with me here today. I'm not here alone, and it will be my utmost pleasure to introduce them to you all. So to join us today is Oladejo Adeyemi, who is an Associate Director, Commercial Practice, Lagos. If you can hear me, please say hello to our listeners. Hi, Oladejo. Yes. Good afternoon, and thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
To join us again is Ubong Ita, a finance expert and software development consultant. Thank you for being here, Ubong. Please.
Yeah, hi.
Okay.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Also to join us is Ebosatele Ohwelibe. I hope I got that correct. Who is a tax auditor and a gender analyst. Please, if you're here, can you say hello to our listeners? Okay, moving on, we have Olajide Banjo, an accounting and finance professional. Thank you for being here, Olajide. And last but not the least, we have Taiwo Aladi Bobu. I hope I got that. Please correct me if I'm wrong. A group tax manager at Dufil Prima Foods Limited. Thank you all for being here today. We are excited to learn from your experience and insights. Okay, before we proceed, I would like to give a quick rundown of what today's discussion is all about. So we're going to take a brief presentation from each of our speakers, 10 minutes, and we'll now proceed to the Q&A section where I get to ask them questions and they will answer. Thank you. I would like to call on the first speaker, Adeyemi. Please, I would like you to start with your own presentation. Thank you all for joining and thank you all for being here.
Sorry, I can't hear you again. You can hear me.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you.
So is it a general thing?
I can actually hear you.
I think it's just you.
Hello, Taiwo, can you hear me? I think it's his network. Okay, you can proceed, Adeyemi.
Okay, thanks so much for laying the background. I think the time is quite short, but we are just going to go through the pillars very quickly within the ambit of the time that we have left, so that we can accommodate all that has been scheduled for today. So generally, we want to look at efficient tax planning, for SMEs. In the course of my conversation, I will crisscross between what currently subsists, what exists now, what the law requires as of today. And then because we are currently in interesting times, when the laws have just recently changed, it will also be beneficial to just mention some of the things that have changed and what those things will be in the days coming. So just forget about the slides. This is a master class slide that we are trying to fit into a 10-minute discussion. So I'll just go through the pillars so that we are all on the same page. So essentially, for SME to be thinking of tax planning, what is important is you need to even understand what tax planning is. There's a reason why there is increased focus on SME, because globally, SMEs are usually the drivers of the economy. When you go to any functional economy where things are working, you see that you have preponderance of SMEs. Everyone just doing their own parts. So these are essentially companies that are of reduced size. Now, there are different laws currently in Nigeria. For instance, the CAMA defines SME in a particular way. The tax laws also define SME in a particular way. But for the purpose of this conversation, we should just know that SMEs at the moment are companies that have turnover or revenue of less than 25 million. That is the way they are currently constituted. The new laws that have been passed have given threshold of 50 million. A version says 50 million, a version says 100 million. I think the gazetted copy version eventually says 50 million, so we just work with that. But that is not going to take effect until 1st of January next year. So as it stands now, you're an SME if your revenue is less than 25 million. So the question is, why then do you want to bother about tax planning as an SME? You want to bother about that because you are not going to remain SME forever. And that's one very significant pillar I need every SME, to understand. You are never going to remain SME forever. At some point, someone else is going to be interested, maybe in the place of maybe coming in as a business angel, as an investor. At some point, someone is going to say, oh, I want to see what you are doing, and I want to see how this can scale. And at that point, it will then matter what have you been doing, before now. So we just look at some of the strategies that SMEs can deploy to ensuring that the tax burdens, are reduced. The intent was, of course, to look at some of the challenges that SME face, but you run the SME business. I definitely cannot know the challenges more than you do, but I mean, the knowledge is going to be, is expected that the knowledge of the tax laws, is reduced. And that's why, BusinessDay is helping, for instance, with this SME clinic, to be able to close that gap. It's also expected that there would be cash flow constraint. There will certainly be cash flow constraint because that every kobo counts as an SME business, and several other challenges that SMEs will have. But most significant of those challenges is the challenge of record keeping. I'm going to lay a bit more emphasis on that, as we move on. But again, I'd mentioned that these challenges are prevalent with SMEs. The fact that you may not even know what the law says, even when the law confers some benefit on you, you don't even have the understanding, or you didn't have the knowledge, to be able to apply those benefits, to your business. So we are going to look at why it is important, for you to think of tax planning, because of course you have to grow. It's important that your business grows. Like I said earlier, no one wants to stay SME forever. It's just supposed to be a phase, in the business. But what then do you need to do for this growth to happen are the things that we are going to be looking at very briefly. So, of course, you should know that there are different types of taxes. When we talk about tax, you have the company income tax, which is the corporate tax, or income tax, put simply, which can be for company or for personal, depending on the business structure that you have. And we also talk about that as we move on. You have the withholding tax, which in itself is not a special type of tax, but it's an offshoot of the income tax. But because of the way it is levied currently in Nigeria, it appears like it's a separate type of tax. Of course, then you have the capital gains tax, which is not a tax on income, but tax on capital gains. Again, I mentioned the scenarios as we go ahead, but just bear in mind that you can have income tax, you can have transaction taxes, you can also have capital gains, in terms of tax. Financial management is a big part of tax planning. So when you hear of tax planning as an SME, it's an outcome. It's something you want to achieve, but you have to think of how do you what are the things you need to do to be able to achieve those things. There are three key areas, where you want to look at. And I mean, part of it is the fact that you want to ensure that you claim all deductions as a business. You want to ensure that you have sufficient cash flow, to be able to support your business. And you also want to ensure that whatever benefits that should accrue to your business, depending on the type of business that you're doing, you are taking all of those benefits, in all. So reducing your tax liability isn't just a day journey. It's something that you have to incorporate into your business, and it starts from even the very beginning. What kind of business, what's the structure of the business? Yeah. I mean, there's a part of the slide that speaks to that. If you set up as a sole proprietor, for instance, there will be a different tax consequence that you're going to have compared to when you set up as a limited liability company. So there are some strategies that you can deploy to working on ensuring that you have strategic financial management, but I'm not going to bore us with all of that because of the constraint of time, so that we have time to take part of the fundamentals that I had mentioned. We should also know that there are some financial ratios. Again, you're not a finance expert. We will leave Ubong to talk to us about that, but you should know that some ratios exist that can help you measure the health of your business, and see how your business is doing from time to time, but like I said, I'm not going to bore you with all of that at this point. So let's cut to the chase within the time that we have left. Part of the ways that you can reduce your tax liability as SME is first for you to agree on the kind of structure that you want to have. It's extremely important for you to agree on the kind of structure that you want to have. Do you want to have a structure that gives you 100% of the control? Do you want to have a structure that puts in mind that there's going to be growth in the future? Because all of this will determine the kind of tax consequence that your business is going to face. The other major way is to ensure that you keep record. I cannot overemphasize this anytime I have the opportunity to interact with SMEs. Record keeping is extremely, 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 important for SMEs to undertake. Not because anybody is going to ask you now, but like I said, you're not planning to remain an SME forever. So at some point, when someone is interested in what you do, they're not going to they're not going to hear you out. They're not going to expect you to use word of mouth to say, this is what had happened. So if you had incurred so much in cost, that will be the time for you to bring it out. If you had realized so much in revenue, it would be good for the record to, of course, speak to that. And there are many more ways, through which you can actually minimize your tax burden as SME. So I'd mentioned the structure part, and look at the practical example that we have here in structure. For instance, if you're a small business and you have turnover of 20 million, if you have chosen a structure of a limited liability company, for instance, you will have to pay tax on that at 0%. And you know that when you're paying tax on 0%, you're not paying tax at all, based on how the laws are currently constituted. But if you have chosen a structure that's a structure of a sole proprietor, for instance, your income on that business, is going to suffer personal income tax, and you will certainly pay tax on it. So structure is extremely, extremely necessary. After this clinic session, some SMEs may have to revisit their business structures and see, okay, is this really what I intended to achieve? Or did I just come up with this at the time when the business was, when I was starting the business, because I just needed to start somehow. Now that you've started, it's a good place for you to then review what you are doing vis-a-vis the consequences that you're going to have in, tax-wise. I mentioned this earlier. Some of the benefits that even exist currently, you don't even know about them. If you're an SME and you're playing within the agricultural sector, for instance, there are some benefits that should confer to you when it comes to minimum tax, when it comes to, capital allowances and all of that, as a corporate, as a company. But if you are not even aware of that, how do you take advantage of that? So there are incentives, as the laws are currently constituted, not even talking about the new tax law now, just looking at what has subsisted up until this time. But if you are not aware of these things, you will not be able to take advantage of them. I'd emphasized on this point earlier, and I cannot overemphasize the need for any SME, to keep records. If you don't keep records, you are going to be at the mercy of whatever you say, and it's very difficult for anyone who wants to put money into your business, to take your word for it at that time. Of course, I'd mentioned that there are some claims, deductions that you could have realized in terms of capital allowance and all of that. It's a major way of reducing your tax, because that is a cost recovery mechanism, for you when you incur some capital expenditure. Another major way, which is a very funny one, because you, as an SME, you may have one or two staff members you are paying, and you're just paying them an absolute amount. Just say, oh, this person earns 350,000 naira. This 350,000 naira, you're going to have pay obligation on it, for instance. The way you can optimize that remuneration by ensuring you allocate the amount properly to different items that make up the bulk sum, as opposed to just saying, oh, I'm paying net fee of 350,000 naira, and then you are heaping up obligations for yourself, by not breaking that amount down into different items. And the example that I have on this part of the slide, is saying that if you are just 620,000 for transport and 10,000 for medical, there are some items that you would not have direct tax consequences on, even though the individual or the employee is going to be earning from there. So strategies like that can be deployed towards ensuring that you minimize the eventual tax consequence, whether as a business directly or indirectly for the employees that even work, with you. How about complying with the tax laws? The truth is that when people hear compliance with respect to tax laws, especially SMEs, they have nothing to worry about, because you're not paying taxes anyways. So if the laws are currently structured in such a way that you are not required to pay taxes, and you have certain disclosure requirements, you are just supposed to file returns, then you should not be found wanting. Because if you are found wanting, guess what? There's going to be penalty, for not filing. And those penalties are going to then become burden for you at the time when your business wants to scale. And that's a major challenge. I've seen SMEs that have grown now taken back to those days where they started, and then they now have huge tax burden to settle, and then they will certainly struggle with that. Unfortunately, some of them have been the reason why the SMEs that, such an SME that are taking off, are to start nose diving again, because the law is clear, and when you're interpreting the tax laws, there are definitely no emotions. Some of these penalties are also they are of course, they are penalties, so they are not meant to be very friendly or being a pat in the back, right? They can really be heavy in terms of their cumulative impact. Some of them compound on a daily basis, some of them compound on a monthly basis. So you don't want to do that to your business as an SME. So in conclusion, the best way to ensure that you reduce your tax liability as an SME is to plan smart, pay less, and then certainly continue to grow your business in a sustainable, manner. And the best thing you can also do for yourself is to ensure that you continue to be a part of clinic like this organized by Business Day, towards ensuring that the overall community is giving the knowledge that is required for you to be able to run your business as an SME. So I'm going to stop here so that we have a lot more time for questions and other interactions. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Adeyemi. That was very brilliant. Thank you for quickly giving us a brief rundown of presentation, and talking about the importance of tax planning and other things that was you mentioned in your presentation. That was an amazing one. Thank you so much. So I would like to call on Taiwo to also proceed with his own presentation.
Thank you.
Taiwo, are you there? Please, you can unmute and share your slides. Okay, so I think Taiwo is having a bit network. Okay, it's here. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
And thanks for having me here. Oladejo has actually said pretty much about what we want to talk about, what's the purpose why we're here. So I'm just going to do a brief summary of my presentation. Okay, so for my own part, I believe tax planning should not just be to reduce tax exposure liability. It should be majorly for, or it should be mainly for business sustainability. Whenever we plan our tax, we should look towards how this planning is going to affect us in the future, how this planning is going to help us build a sustainable business. So if you, based on the current trend in Nigerian tax and all over the world, we have situations where the tax system has really shifted because governments all over the world are relying more on tax. And because of the reliance on tax, everybody, both SME and large companies, have to ensure that they prepare themselves, they guide against huge tax exposure. Sorry, can you hear me? I'm having challenge with my slide.
Hi, Taiwo, I can hear you.
Okay. So, as I said, every business, every company needs to look into the way the tax system is going and how they can guide against it in order for them to be able to optimize the tax efficiency and ensure that whatever tax planning they have aligns with the company's overall goal value and financial health, which at the end of the day improves their bottom line and encourages their sustainability. So what's tax planning? Tax planning is just an intentional strategic decision put in place to minimize tax liabilities while ensuring full compliance with tax laws. So tax planning for business sustainability. Well, just as Ola did have said, for companies or SMEs to benefit, to take full benefit of tax planning, they have to be able to utilize or know their tax intensive and tax credits, optimization of business structure, whether you're SME or limited, you have to know what the tax position is. Then you also have to know what tax deduction are you even entitled to claim, and what are those requirements for you to claim those tax deduction. Then you also have to know you have to be able to manage your tax timing, your deferred tax position at what time, or how do you structure the tax cash flow. And also you need to also ensure that you consult professionals or consultants in this field. Then this last one is what I actually want to emphasize on: active involvement in enactment of tax laws. My past experience with SME companies is that a lot of people are quite docile when they are making tax laws. they don't contribute, and they show zero interest in it. And at the end of the day, they end up being hit by the tax laws and, start crying after the law might have been signed, after the bills or the laws might have been signed. So I believe SMEs should be interested in tax matters. They should be interested in tax laws. When the National Assembly, the fiscal policy, the committee, and whichever that is required to do this, and they're carrying out this exercise. As a citizen of the country, we have the right to also be able to probe into some of these things. We have the right to also be able to tell them to what extent this is going to affect the business and the country at large. So what are the benefits of tax planning? It helps to reduce tax liabilities. It helps to improve cash flow. It enhances profitability. It aids tax laws compliance, and it strengthens business competitive advantage. So what are the limitations faced by SMEs in tax planning? So the points I've noted are based on my personal experience with SMEs. A lot of them lack interest in tax. They just don't want to be involved. Even as a consultant, if they're talking to them about tax, they'll tell you, I've given you this job, just go and do it. And I feel they are meant to be interested, because whatever impact the tax law will have, it would definitely affect them. And there is no point taking medicine after death. So if you have interest in the tax system, you would be conscious anytime you are taking a financial decision. You would want to know what are the tax implications of these financial decisions. So it is important that SMEs should ensure that they have full interest in anything that has to be taxed. Their interest should not come when there is problem. The interest should not come when the liability has crystallized. From the point of initiation of the transactions, they need to know what tax implication does those transactions have, such that they would have mitigated against or planned against whatever effects the tax law will have on those transactions. So it is key for SME to have interest in tax. Then the other one is poor knowledge. How do you want to do tax planning when you don't even have the knowledge of what the tax is saying? So you have to build capacity, you have to do research, you have to go to the tax authorities website to check on new developments. You have to be on a WhatsApp group or a social media where they talk about tax, so that whenever new things come up, you'll be able to, grab it and make use of it. So another thing that affects or limits or create limitation to SMEs to plan their taxes, poor record and accounting system. The first speaker have said it, so I shouldn't waste much time on it. Then we also have limited financial resources. Then we have the complex tax compliance system. So just to wrap it up, through the adoption of effective tax planning, SMEs can reduce their tax exposure, enhance financial performance, and ensure long-term sustainability. Tax interests should not come when the problem has crystallized. Tax interest should come up as at the time the decision to either incorporate a business or initiate a transaction is about to make. So thank you very much. I would like to stop here so that we can go to the Q&A section. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Taiwo. Thank you so much. That was an amazing one. Thank you for sharing the benefits of tax planning and also the limitations SME face in tax planning. Thank you. So I would like to call on the next speaker, Ubong Ita, to also proceed with his own presentation. Ubong, if you're here, can you say hello? Okay, so while we wait for Ubong to be back, I think we can proceed to the Q&A section because the remaining speakers are absent for now. But I will do well to inform us once they are back online. Okay, so I will start with Adeyemi for the first question. I know you spoke about importance of tax planning and financial management. So okay, so here's my first question. What are some common tax mistakes SME make and how can they avoid it? I will take that again. What are some common tax mistakes SMEs make and how can they avoid it?
All right, thanks so much. A very common pitfall for SME, really is the lack of interest in anything tax. I think Taiwo has alluded to that while he was having his presentation, because you feel, of course, let's face it, right? When you're starting a business, what is paramount to you is the survival of that business. You want to ensure that the business survives. And if you are operating within a very specialized environment, specialized in codes like Nigeria, then you will understand why survival becomes critical, because if you are not very rugged and dogged, your business may not survive. So at that point, of course, because of the very harsh economic realities, and the environment that we operate in. So at the point, tax is certainly not going to be a top burner issue, for you, for a new business. And I think the government has also come to that realization in the past couple of years, since the advent of Finance Act. For instance, the tax rates didn't have any differentiation, for SMEs up until sometimes in 2019, thereabout. It has been a flat rate. You all pay your taxes, and then you see that compliance level was low, but the government, in realization, says, let's leave the small businesses, let them scale, let SMEs focus on what is core to them at the start of the business. And that's why the revenue threshold, and staggering the tax rate as you currently have it. If your business is less than 25 million, your turnover is less than 25 million, you pay at 0%. Between 25 to 100, you pay at 20%, and above 100, that's what you currently have. Based on the new tax law, you won't pay anything at all if your business is less than 50 million, in revenue. So the point is, a major pitfall is then for you not to be aware of what is in the law, and then you become completely uninterested because the law has already made room for you. There's no reason for you not to be interested. The law is not expecting you to even pay taxes. The law is just saying that be responsible in terms of your disclosure requirements. Your tax rate is 0%. So even if you have whatever amount in profit, it will be unassuming for you to have profit that is above 25 million anyway, if your turnover is not up to 25 million. But I'm just saying, whatever the amount of profit you have, by the time you multiply that profit with 0%, the tax due becomes 0%. So that's a major pitfall for SMEs, lack of interest in anything, tax, and all of that. So I would answer that question in that manner and stop there so that we can take other questions.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for spotting that pitfall, because I know, yeah, it's true. A lot of SMEs lack interest in tax, and even they don't want to understand how it goes about their business. They just want to run their business and make their money. So thank you for quickly briefing us about the pitfall. So I would like to also ask Taiwo the next question. How can SMEs legally reduce their tax burden? I'll take that again. How can SMEs legally reduce their tax burden?
Yeah, thank you. The first thing is knowledge. What you know is what you'll be able to take advantage of. Just as Oladejo have said, interest is key for you to be able to take advantage and take full benefit of your tax credits, of tax incentives. Every SMEs have to be interested, and apart from they being interested, they also have to ensure that they seek for knowledge, either through a group or through a professional. They must know those credits that is available for them. They must know the credit that is available for them to utilize. They must also know what kind of business, what are the credits that is available for this particular sector. So if SMEs have knowledge about all these things, they'll be able to take full advantage of the tax credits and reduce their tax exposure. I mean, all through the tax laws, we have a lot of benefits that is available, but the question is, to what extent does SME owners know about this information? So I believe that for them to be able to deduct, for them to be able to take full benefit of all these, all of the tax incentives, they have to first of all meet the requirements of those benefits. Once they know what the benefits are, they meet the requirements of the benefits and eventually utilize the incentive or the credits that arises as a result of, those, as a result of them meeting the requirements of the benefits. I believe I've been able to answer your question.
All right, thank you so much, Taiwo. Thank you for highlighting that part, that knowledge is power. So as an SME, you first have to seek knowledge about taxation, understand how it affects your business. So thank you. And you spoke a bit about tax incentives and how it relates to SMEs. So I would like to ask Adeyemi to answer the next question. What tax incentives or reliefs are available for SMEs in Nigeria? I will take that again. What tax incentives or reliefs are available for SMEs in Nigeria?
Okay, good question. At the moment, remember I said we are in interesting times.
Yeah.
On the 26th of June, 2025, the president assented to 4 tax reform bills that have been in the works for about 2 years now. So a major one is the Nigerian Tax Act, which was a bill which then became an act. So the provisions of that act also have some specifics for SME. But as we currently have it, the first one is the tax rate. The fact that your profit is not going to be taxed, is a major incentive for you as an SME. Because what the business is saying is, what the government is saying is, we recognize your stage of business. And in this stage of business, we are saying your primary responsibility is for you to develop your business. So go and develop your business without any fear of any other stakeholder taking any part of the money from you. Government, interestingly, is a stakeholder in any business. So that's a major incentive. Another major incentive is the fact that you have deductions. You have deductions that are liable to you. As an SME today, you don't have any obligation, for you to pay any income tax. When you also go to transaction tax, for instance, there are some obligations that have been placed on large companies that have been exempted, that SMEs have been exempted from. If you talk about VAT, for instance, specifically, as an SME, there is no need for you to say you are accounting for VAT or you are remitting for VAT. When you do any business with a large company, the government doesn't want to encumber you with additional administrative responsibilities, because again, they're cutting you some slack. Go grow your business. Essentially, that's what the government is saying. So when you look at that, in the current law, that's what you have. In the new law that has been proposed, it's not even different. There is continued recognition of your states as an SME. Remember what I said earlier? We didn't have these things in the tax laws, before now. There was no, currently the tax rate is graduated, even at the corporate level, to say 25 million, 0%, between 25 million and 100 million, you pay 20%. That is reduced amount compared to what large corporations would pay. At the moment, the definition is just that, okay, you're a small business, you're an SME, then you have nothing at all to pay. So imagine a regime where you are doing business, you're making money, and then you're not paying taxes, and legitimately so. That's what big corporations are going to be looking for, but they don't have that opportunity. So let me stop there.
All right, thank you so much, Adeyemi. That was a good one. I liked your closing line. Imagine a country where you just have to run your business without thinking of paying taxes as an SME. So that's fantastic. All right, so I would like to go over to the next question, and that's to you, Taiwo. How can business owners structure their companies to be more tax efficient? I'll take that again. How can business owners structure their companies to be more tax efficient?
Okay, thank you very much. Just as we earlier said in our presentation, you need to first of all ensure that the business you are doing is structured to meet up with the tax requirement, the tax exemption requirement. So, for example, if you are going to register a company, you know that registering it as a limited pays more than registering it as an enterprise, because as we speak today, enterprise companies are not exempted from tax, while companies with turnover of 25 million naira are exempted from tax. And if we are going to go into the tax reform, enterprise companies are only exempted to the extent of 800,000 naira, while limited companies are exempted as long as their turnover is up to 15 million naira. So one thing is key. You have to know, you have to decide on the structure, business structure you want to go into. Also, you have to ensure that you put a proper accounting system, proper accounting and record system in place. because in future or at the point of tax audit or any tax authority coming to your office to review your activities, you need to be able to present this information when being asked. So your accounting system, your record system have to be intact. Then another thing is SMEs have to ensure that they don't mix personal transaction, personal money with that of the company, because I've seen that a lot, and they struggle to explain themselves to the revenue when they come. Imagine a company that should have enjoyed 25 million naira turnover exemption, but because personal money entered into the account, at the end of the day, I mean, the turnover, rose to over 50 million naira, and at the end of the day, you're asked to come and explain. So you should be able to separate personal transaction from business transaction. Then the other thing is you also have to review your tax system. You should know at what point are you expected to pay your taxes, when are the due dates for filing returns. All these have to be documented. You have to know them so that you don't get foul of the tax laws and they are not being penalized at the end of the day. So I think I would like to stop here.
All right, thank you so much, Taiwo. Thank you. I like the fact that you highlighted the documentation part, because that will lead us to the next question. So over to you, Adeyemi. What roles does digital technology play in managing taxes and financial record? As we heard Taiwo speak about documentation, I think that is where the digital technology come in. So what role does digital technology play in managing taxes and financial record?
Okay, I think digital technology plays a significant role. I was at an event yesterday where you have the leadership of the FRS and the chairman of the LRS, in attendance and speaking on some changes and some expectations with respect to the new law. But the good part is, for SME, for instance, one of the major initiatives that the FRS just embarked upon, the e-invoicing initiative, where invoices are required to be transmitted on a designated platform, so that government and tax administrators can see the invoices from B2B, online real time as the transactions are happening. That places an additional burden, for instance, reporting burden, on companies, but that is for large corporations. Guess what? The turnover, the threshold of the turnover, for you to start complying with that, guess what that is? 5 billion naira. Imagine, compare that to the turnover threshold of an SME, of your typical small business, which is 25 million as we currently have it, or 15 million as it will be, from next year. So my point is that when it comes to digital technology and all of the initiatives that may be connected to that, SME really need to worry less. I think it's more of an upside for SMEs on the side of operations and business. Think about it. The bulk of you have a host of SME players, on social media platforms. You have food vendors that are making loads of amount of money, and they don't even have the public restaurants. They rely completely on others, for you to be able to transmit the order, for you to be able to fulfill the delivery, you have to rely on, other logistic companies, which they don't even own and they don't control, so those are extensive reliance on technological tools, and digital technological systems that you already have existing. So, but with respect to taxes and reporting obligation, I think government of today has been very kind on SMEs. That's my personal opinion, because the threshold could have just been 25 million, for instance, and it could have just decided, for instance, for the e-invoicing initiative to put everybody on board at the same time. But they said the threshold is 5 billion. That is as far away from SMEs as far can be. So if we take a cue from that, you will see that SMEs really do not have any worry on the impact of digital technology as it relates to tax for now in Nigeria, except for relying on such tools towards expansion and the growth of their businesses.
Okay, thank you so much, Adeyemi. Thank you for highlighting that they don't have to worry so much so long as this new tax law is in work in Nigeria, and also they don't have so much to worry about digital technology as regards to taxation. Thank you. So I would like to ask Taiwo this question. What's the impact of poor tax planning on business growth and investor confidence? I'll take that again. What's the impact of poor tax planning on business growth or investors' confidence?
Thank you for that question. The major impacts for poor tax planning and non-compliance to tax is image reputation. It's going to affect the company's image, because if imagine FRS publishing that you've not been paying tax, obviously investors would run away, and company would eventually die. Also, we also have issues of legal charges. The law have given the right to take you to court to enforce whatever liability that you've incurred. Then we also have the issue of interest and penalty. Don't comply, and the revenue have the power to do what we call best of judgment, BOJ, on you, and definitely you will eventually be asked to pay. And also another thing that would happen is that if you don't comply, you also be exposed to tax audit and investigation, which can cripple your operation, because you can imagine you having to travel to Abuja for tax meeting, tax reconciliations, and things like that. So it is, I think, it's pretty. It is much more important and necessary for SMEs to ensure that they comply with tax laws and regulations, so that all these that I've mentioned, will not crumble their business. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Taiwo. That was a brilliant insight. Thank you. So as you can see, it has been an insightful conversation, and you can tell that, I've been enjoying every breath of this conversation, but sadly we have to wrap up. So I have one round questions for our speakers today. So over to you, Adeyemi. What are some red flags to avoid during tax filing or audits? Should I take that again? What are some red flags?
No, I got it.
Okay.
I got it.
All right.
So thanks so much for the session so far. I think the issue of audits for SME, we should start from saying that it is a matter of when, and not if. Except you are planning as an SME owner to run a business that you're just going to shut down very quickly, because as long as your business continues to grow, and Nigeria has enabling environment in terms of population and need, depending on the type of your business. So the chances that you can plot that your business will grow when you do things rightly, the chances are reasonably high. So at some point when you scale, audit is going to happen. And I've seen this happen many times, and it's usually very painful because when audit happens, all of the things you didn't take seriously will then come back to become huge liabilities for you. So the best thing I would say is one major thing to avoid is poor record keeping. Keep in mind that an audit would come. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. The tax authorities will wait for you till you become formidable, till everybody knows you, till you become household. And don't ask me why would they wait till that time. That's how they do, because there's also costs, towards ensuring compliance, cost of collection and cost of compliance. Nobody wants to spend 20 naira to secure 1 naira, for instance. If you have to spend 20 naira of your money towards collection or enforcing compliance, you want to be sure that a reasonable amount would come back. So sometimes they wait for these issues to become accumulated. You might say that's not a good strategy, but that's what currently subsists, so that it will make sense when the numbers are reviewed over the period. Another reason is also there are items that are not going to start and end within a financial year. For instance, if you have receivables, it will be good to see, receivables are saying some people are owing you. It will be good to see how people that were owing you in the first year eventually paid in the second year. Some of them spilled to the third year and like that. So if they are reviewing about 5-year cycle together, they can see a better picture. From the 100% of the people owing you in the first year, all of them finish paying in the third year. So we can take a judgment that in the next 3 years, nobody should be owing you and stuff like that. So bearing in mind that audit will certainly happen someday. And one major thing, the second thing to bear in mind is the fact that, remember, companies don't pay tax liabilities because they actually owe them. This is strange, but I'm going to say it again. Companies don't usually just pay liabilities because they owe them. They pay because sometimes they are unable to prove that they do not owe those liabilities. I take that again. Companies don't just pay liabilities because they, in fact, owe those liabilities. They pay sometimes because of their inability to justify that they, in fact, do not owe the liability. And what are you going to use to justify? Your documents, your records. So if you don't have the records, you have put yourself in a very difficult position where you cannot challenge whatever position the tax authorities may take, albeit unfavorable towards your business. You might not have earned the income. The business might actually not have gone in that manner, but we are talking about a couple of years. You might have moved offices. You know how these things are. You might have changed location from one place to the other. The business started in your living room. At some point, you moved to a friend's place. It was a one store. At some point, you graduated and rented a place. Now you have your own building. That's when they are coming. And they are asking you for that very first receipt of the very first contract that your father-in-law's friend gave you. You know how it can be difficult for you to bring your great-grandmother's head, the woman that died many, many years ago. And that's what you need to prove that you do not owe a tax liability. So in closing, my remark would be, don't make that mistake, because audit would happen. It's a matter of when and not a matter of if. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Adeyemi. Thank you for the closing remark. Audit would eventually happen. It's not a matter of when, but it will eventually happen. So I would like Taiwo to also answer this last question. What are some red flags to avoid during tax filing? That would be your wrap-up question for the day.
Well, thank you very much. Just as Adrian have said, your record has to be intact. Also, you should be able to tell your story. Tell your story in the sense that you should be able to take the revenue down the line of how those transactions has happened. Because in fact, I had an experience just like yesterday, and I noticed that the revenue was trying to infer or put words into my mouth, and I had to tell them that no, that is not the way the transaction went. So what am I trying to say? You have to have, as a business owner, you have to have detailed understanding of your line of business. You have to be able to tell the revenue how this business actually happened, what happens, I mean, your accounting system, you should be able to pull them through. Because if you're unable to do all these things, then, I mean, it will be difficult for you to be able to prove to the revenue, when the audit eventually happens. Then another thing you should also be mindful of is, what's it called? Your record, your receipts, your schedule have to be intact, because when these people come, they will request for your audited account, they will request for your tax computation, they will request for your trial balance, they will request for your GLs and source documents. All these things must be well kept, and they must be accessible, so that you'll be able to explain yourself when audit comes up. I think everything still has to do with documentation, because without documentation, just like Adian have said, whatever liability you are paying may not necessarily be because you owe them, but it will be because you don't have proper explanation to convince the revenue on what has happened in the past. So all SMEs have to have it in mind that no matter how challenging or difficult it may be, they cannot be lazy in ensuring that their documents are intact. So I think I would like to stop here.
All right, thank you so much, Taiwo, for that closing remark. Thank you for spotlighting the red flags to watch out in tax planning. And of course, this has been a rich and practical conversation. I want to say a very big thank you to our esteemed speakers for breaking down such a complex topic with clarity, from identifying tax saving opportunities to structuring your business the smart way. Today's section has reminded us that tax doesn't have to be scary. It can be strategic if you plan it so well. And to every SME owner listening to us right now, don't wait until the end of the year before you start planning and making documentations about your business. Avoid poor recording, as our esteemed speakers have said, and bear in mind that audits will eventually happen. In Adeyemi's voice, it doesn't matter when it will happen, but it will eventually happen someday. So thank you so much for being here today. Once again, I am Ethel Adern, and it has been an absolute pleasure moderating this impactful section. Until the next time, let's keep building smart businesses. Thank you, and see you at the next edition of SME Clinic. Have a nice day.